new material as the global defense war unfolds. We have retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, former Australian Army Special Forces. Joining us today is retired Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel with extensive experience in logistics, finance, procurement, and large-scale systems management across decades of military and Department of Defense service. Joining us today, of course, is the popular podcaster, incredible service to this country, Michael Jaco, retired veteran Navy SEAL, dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments, so you can sleep at night. We also have joining us, of course, is the man that helped me kick this off in conversations of creativity a year or so ago, is our good friend, retired Army Derek Johnson. He's an expert, in my humble opinion, on tabulating and covering the Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump's laws and orders and current events. That's our panel for today. We have a four panel. This is a panel of experts with military and intelligence careers, again, having served the U.S. and Australia with combat experience as well, to cut through the noise, to help us be informed through their analysis of what is going on in this war and where things are heading. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service to this country. I wish you and your family a safe, healthy, and prosperous new year. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Absolute pleasure.
Bear with me. I'm making some adjustments. Thank you, sir. All right, let's jump right into it. A bit of a monologue there to cue up our audience's attention on where it needs to be and to take a chill pill on the big arrest. We kind of just had one, didn't we? Just the same. Let's get into Venezuela. Let's have this panel unpack Venezuela. There are so many angles with which to discuss this event, and we can begin with this aspect of it. I'll peel some layers back and guide our guests through this, but let's begin with the constitutionality and the legality of Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump's actions. The narratives from not only the left, mainstream media and so forth, but as well as from the less grounded target audience within the MAGA movement, stating that President Trump is a war criminal, he's acting without mandate from Congress, he's violating international law, and he's violating the Constitution. We'll begin this panel to weigh in on just that issue. We'll come back in Venezuela in a moment with follow-ups, but let's begin there with retired Lieutenant Colonel, our good friend Ricardo Bossi in Australia. Take that on, sir, if you will.
Thanks, John. Good morning, good evening, all. Great to be here. Okay, let's set the scene. That was a good shaping of the question from that quote from The Guardian, simply because people have to realize this is one long, continuous operation, 70 years in the making at least, longer than that if you want to go back that far. So up until this point, many operations have taken place. So to take DJT's actions in isolation now as if they just occurred, we woke up one happy morning and all chaos had broken loose in Venezuela, is naive and uninformed, to say the least. So this is the tail end of a very long, it's been, by and large, ostensibly a special op. There's been conventional forces employed. But what we call, and there's a number of ways to say it, but special operations tasks fall into several categories. I'm not going to give you all of them, but just so you're aware what's been going on today. What we call special collection operations, gathering information. That can be reconnaissance, surveillance, dialogues, interviews, espionage, HUMINT, ELIN. There's a number of ways of collecting the data that needed to be used to take these steps. And bear with me, I know there's a slow answer to your question. There have been direct action operations, which is the delivery of kinetic effects behind the scenes, clandestine, covert, kinetic work being done as well throughout the years. And as you know, I've said before, a guerrilla war, which is largely what the White House have been fighting, stays underground and then transitions to conventional in order to have that final victory. Special protection operations, protecting personnel, protecting facilities. That's been going on as well. Support operations of various sorts. There's so many support operations that special ops do. And there's also the unconventional warfare, insurgency, counterinsurgency, foreign internal defense. All these operations, and you can look them up online to get a bigger breakdown, but all these things have been taking place in preparation for this last phase. Now, what is this last phase? And as I said, a guerrilla war has to transition to conventional, above the ground, obvious actions to finally win. And that's what we're seeing now, this kinetic aspect of it. And what we're going through now is a global recovery operation. It's a siege hostage situation. You've got to look at the entire planet as one siege hostage situation. It's like a huge block of flats, and every room is a separate country. There's multiple floors in this block of flats, and every room is a separate country, and every room has a terrorist holding hostages. And what the White Hats have had to do is look at this complex target, this block of flats with 100 plus rooms, and each room has people in it, and they have terrorists holding them hostage. And the people don't even know they're being held hostage. They're just there. They're being fed. They're being entertained. They're being told whatever they need to know, and they don't know they're hostage. And so the White Hats have had to, over a long period of time, conduct their preliminary operations to understand the scope, scale of what's been going on. And now they're ready to conduct this recovery. Now, the reason I gave you that long introduction is this. During the mission is always the same, to save the lives of the hostages. It's to save the lives of the hostages, because what that does, that narrows significantly the options open to the assault force. There's a famous case where an aircraft was on the tarmac, I think it was in Germany, and they attacked the aircraft. The aircraft burnt to the ground. Not a successful operation. So for those of you who have been patiently for something, this is the point. This global recovery operation, this global siege hostage situation, the mission is to save the lives of the hostages. Hence the what appears to be slow. Now, the first part I wanted was the recovery bit, and the mission is to save the lives of the hostages. What follows is stability, and stability meaning the reestablishment of a functioning system, and predicated on something that'll make sure it never happens again. And that word is sovereignty. So they're the two words or phrases that you need to get to while we discuss the entire show today, from my perspective anyway. Save the lives of the hostages and sovereignty. Save the lives and sovereignty. Now, they seem like one's tactical and one's strategic, and it seems odd. But unless we bear those two words in our minds throughout, it doesn't really make sense. Now, the constitutionality of what DJT has done. As I said, this has been the continuation of an operation. We also know that it appears to be unconstitutional. It appears to be a war that has not been declared by the Congress, which is required by your Constitution. But the Constitution hasn't declared war for a long time, and yet actions have been taken by any number of presidents. You know, the Korean War, for example, was a police action. It wasn't a war, believe it or not. You tell the soldiers that fought there that was a police action and not a war. And so the finery of whether the DJT has been authorized to execute what appears to be the invasion of a sovereign nation without due cause and without legal justification. Well, we know that this is a continuation of an operation. We know that the grounds for his actions are predicated on the fact that he is actually running this corporation, this continuity from the corporation, from this corporation to this continuity of operations. He is actually running a war. He is a wartime president. That was declared. So there is no illegality about it. And you would have heard us say many, many times on the show that the legal underpinnings of every action by the White Hats is key. And so they've got there. I guess that's a way to set the tone for: is it legal? Is it okay? Is what he's doing above board? Absolutely, by every metric. And I'll probably leave it there for the time being.
Well, thank you very much. And that's a great metaphor or analogy, if you will, that you walked us through in that dialogue. And I hope that helps everybody put this into perspective. We're going to come back to you, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi in a moment. I've got a B and a C follow up on Venezuela. But before we go there, let's take the same question to the panel. Colonel Lennox. President Trump is a war criminal. He's acting without a mandate from Congress. He's violating international law. He's violating the Constitution. What's your opening statement about that and Venezuela in general?
Well, I would go back to the Monroe Doctrine in 1800s, where Mr. Monroe said that any foreign nation attempting to do anything in this hemisphere would be subject to United States pressure. That has not changed. The foreign intervention in Venezuela justifies going in, and it is a constitutional thing because it was established by a former president who did the same thing. The people who object the most are the 60 senators who are getting their money from Venezuela. It's pretty straightforward. They get a whole lot of money from the leadership in Venezuela, and they don't like the fact that Trump is going in there and cleaning up getting their money. If we go back in a little bit of history, we could find out that the Rockefellers actually controlled Venezuela for many, many years by running the oil and then selling it back to them after they refined it in Barbados. So there are so many things about this, and plus the CIA has been running Venezuela for years and years for the drugs, the human trafficking, the oil, and the people. So when we look at it, we're actually taking our own people out of there, and we're cleaning up what's been going on for years and years and years. Sovereignty, which Ricardo talked about, is critical for people, all people. And what we're doing is recreating that sovereignty. And when we talk about the birth certificate next week, we'll talk a lot about sovereignty and what that means. That's pretty much a summary of what I see. I see nothing wrong with what he's doing.
Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, again, we're going to plow into a lot of different aspects on this in a moment, but address, if you will, the issue at hand here, the challenges that are being put forward by the left and by, again, the less grounded target audience, if you will, about the unconstitutionality of the president's moves. I want to put this to bed.
Yeah, we can go back to Panama, the Panama invasion. I was involved in that with SEAL Team 6, hunting for Noriega. Noriega basically said that he was going to restrict us from using the Panama Canal. So, of course, we were like, well, that's not going to happen since we built that. And so we protected our interest, and we went in and made sure we had control of the canal. So we took him out of office, and things progressed very well after that. I remember walking through the streets in Panama City and people coming out and applauding and very, very happy that we had come in and done that. Venezuela will probably get that at some point. I hear that they're kind of locked down by this regime still. Delta came in and did an amazing job. I guess they went through about 32 Cuban bodyguards. By saying they went through 32, I'm talking about they eliminated 32 Cuban bodyguards. And just as Maduro was closing his very thick steel door, he was stopped just before he did that. Now, we've heard that Democrats were trying to alert him. So we're going to see a lot more of that reveal coming up. It's a problem. Obviously, we're talking about how cartel members are probably starting to run and hide because they're like, in 3 minutes, they basically took down one of their top guys. And that's going to happen probably 4 more going forward. So The Chinese are down in South America in a big way. President Trump has talked about how they have ports in Panama, and I've heard that they had statues and so forth, and the Panamanians are turning them over. They're getting ready to exit from Panama. So the whole, Central and South America is moving in the right direction. Today, the Venezuelan stock market was up massively. So it's a lot of people are happy about this. Now, President Trump has said Cuba is going to be going soon. I hear that the Cubans are celebrating as well because of that. Colombia will also be at issue because their president, like Noriega, like come and get me, Maduro, come and get me, and now we have the president of Colombia say, come and get me. I think he's going to be not very long for that office. So this is President Trump. When he makes a promise, he keeps it. He is a man of his word, and we're going to see Central and South America cleaned up, and even going to Iran, we're going to see that get cleaned up as well. So it's a worldwide event that's happening that all of us are seeing. It's very clear to us. So very, very positive time.
You bet. Thank you. And we're going to jump into some of the countries you mentioned and some others in a moment. Take the same question to Derek Johnson, the illegality of President Trump's moves. What would you like to say to your target audience?
The one time that I should have been ranked higher than these guys, but it didn't work out that way. I could have teed them up big time. But President Trump always says, be careful what you wish for. And it's applicable to every situation. Follow the money. All right, so they followed the money. Maduro was put there by whom? Obama. All right, that was 2013. Dominion system, all this ties into the image you had up, the 13848 executive order. President Trump, as soon as they took Maduro, President Trump started posting all on True Social about the voting, Georgia, Wisconsin, different places. And then people got to remember, we put sanctions on Venezuela. So a sanction would be like putting a judgment on someone in a court, right? Well, then you get to collect from that. So that's what we're doing. We're collecting that oil. And there's a quote that President Trump said, I cannot remember when, but there was a time that he said specifically last year where he said specifically, why didn't we take the oil? And he was talking about Iraq. Well, to the average listener, right, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, but especially a Democrat, they would say that, it was all about oil. You listen to what President Trump said. He doesn't make mistakes. He's very keen on terminology. Why didn't we take the oil? He was talking about we, meaning like past tense. So nothing to do with him, nothing to do with present or future tense. He's talking about past tense with Iraq. Why didn't we take the oil? The United States of America. Wow, that is a big allusion to whom? Obama, right? The Bidens, Bushes, etc., all the way back. So he's telling you that all these wars in the past were not about taking the oil. He said, if we're going to go in there, why don't you take the oil from them? Because that's one of the key things that keeps them functioning in these nations, how they operate. Money rules the world, right? All right, then go back to 2017 to 2021. The capitulations, every single one of these operations are operations. They're not wars. And a lot of people out there saying about a war criminal. Well, it actually has to be a war to be anything in that sort. These are strikes, strategic strikes, and strategic operations. And what these people are lacking are the executive orders. Well, guess what? Every single one of these strikes, Iran, Yemen, Venezuela, Ukraine, those are all executive orders from Obama all the way back to Carter. All right, so they're all carrying a national emergency. It's not a national emergency anymore after it's 40 plus years old. The oldest national emergency right now is 1979, which, not going to make everybody feel old here, is older than me. All right, so it's not a national emergency anymore. All right, so all of these operations. Last spring, no one was yelling about Yemen. We were just as much involved, our military, with Yemen. You didn't hear any of these people out there. So they're showing their colors that they only react to what they're told to react to. And then this is your meat of the subject right now. National emergency. Everything that President Trump is working with, he's taken everything that they did. Be careful what you wish for. Right? He's taken everything that Congress did to limit the president on what his constitutional duties are, simultaneous and side by side with the Congress. In 1973, overriding a presidential veto, Congress passed the new War Powers Resolution Act and made it to where a president had to declare a national emergency and in 48 hours had to alert the Congress on his use of military. He had 60 days and then a 30-day withdrawal period, a total of 90 days. After that 90 days, there had to be a congressional authorization to use the military anymore. We have a congressional authorization. Everybody out there talking about Congress has to have an authorization for President Trump to be doing this. We have that. Title 50, Chapter 33, which is your War Powers Resolution Act, Chapter 33, Section 1550. It was put there December the 20th, 2019, by a Democratic-controlled House of Representatives, where Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House, and a Republican-controlled Senate. It was part of the National Defense Authorization Act. All right. Then President Trump played all these people for fools again. He got them out there chanting no kings and all this thing. We went 77 days from no kings to they're taken up for a dictator. And he got them all out there chanting that law enforcement should be involved with this. Well, what did it say? What did his official post say? That Maduro is in the hands of whom? Law enforcement? Well, they'll probably start chanting real soon again that this is not our duty, not their jurisdiction, like they did with the National Guard being in the city streets, which there's an answer for that militarily. Joint Publication 3-57. Go to page 46 in it. It specifically says that generally you don't want Title 10, Department of Now War, then Defense, as it'll read in that book. But it says generally you don't want Department of Defense military involved with civil unless, and that's the terminology everybody has to listen to. Unless what? It says unless deemed by whom? Congress or the Constitution. Well, there's your deeming. If you want to be slang and be funny here and be lightful, but also, hey, this is all you need to know. Title 50, Chapter 33, Section 1550 is that congressional authorization. So President Trump is not a war criminal, but as Jaco and everybody else alluded to here, this has been planned strategically for a long time. And this is the cleanup process. This is what we call our licking the chops. And Jaco here, being the Navy SEAL, I had to smile when I heard Delta Force and I saw the image of the guys with the lights out. When the lights go out, baby, it's game over. Right? So all this, that's your visual that all this had been taken care of. So when the lights go out, it's night for the bad guys.
Thank you, Derek. And to our audience, if you're running into challenges in your life and social circles, social media, and so forth about the issue of the lack of constitutional authority and so forth and the president, send them this segment. We're going to start with Derek and work our way in reverse now. Derek, while this, and I may be barking up the wrong tree, you can set me straight. While this is part of the operation, I, for one, I've seen many, shall we say, oddities concerning the events. We're talking about Maduro, the arrest, the whole situation. I've seen many oddities concerning these events as they are shown to us on the news and on social media. Now, that's what we get to see. That's what we get to watch. How scripted is this? And is this, once again, something that perhaps to an extent has already occurred? And once again, we are watching a movie. Am I barking up the wrong tree? Any comments about that aspect of what we just saw unfold? We'll start with Derek Johnson.
Could be. What's been brilliant about all this is the fact that there's a hybrid warfare that's been going on. There's been a lot of irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla warfare, and you integrate all that together. It's called hybrid warfare, which means you can use different kind of tactics. But basically, yes, most of it's been scripted. Most of it's been strategic, all right, meaning pre-planned. But sometimes there could be where you keep someone on the playing field because they may be someone who, it may not be a high target, but they may be someone that can play into this and have a guilty conscience, tell on someone, and you trap them and you funnel them. And I like to use the verbiage where everything's a Trump wall, where you funnel them into a wall. And that's why President Trump has used a lot of the verbiage with the law of war manual and the law of land warfare, occupied territory. He calls it occupied country, white flag of surrender, and actually it's the white flag of truce, and then puppet government, government exile, and then the word restoration. The term restoration is found in the law of land warfare. So he's used all those terms for the last 9 years, and the media has as well. Those are your comms, as we call them, to show you that this is all straight up military publications, military law, and most of it's scripted, but it can be to where, let's just for example, like we were talking about a while ago, Venezuela, Yemen, Ukraine, Congo, all these nations are in executive orders from Obama and back. Iran. So it could be to where it would be a live action, but most of these, I'm willing to bet from the high up, most of these have already taken place, such as the Iran situation, because that would have required a lot of cleanup, especially with the nuclear, and that's also dangerous for everybody involved as well. It has to be very strategic, very planned out. But other things like President Trump and the media. I've been around real President Trump. I know the people that know real President Trump, and the people that people think that the man that everybody thinks they're seeing, is a double. But that's just using, and Jaco can allude to this depending on how much he can and could. But that's just the CIA. They've been using this for years, and it's just basically using tactics that are there. It's kind of like guerrilla warfare. JFK said this in 1962. He said that our military needed to be dominant in guerrilla warfare because our enemy would be. And if we're not dominant, then the enemy will be. So guerrilla warfare, a lot of civilians hear that and they automatically think bad. And a lot of our warfare, it can be good when it's good, but it's worse when it's bad. It's never bad when it's bad. It's worse when it's bad. But our enemy dominates with that. So some of this is scripted. Some of it's live, but like the Congress, they're all still under a partial continuity government. But it's still, you have to see who's going to do what as we move forward. You have to see who can be compromised. So all these guys here, and all of us, if we didn't know each other, let's just say this, but if we didn't know each other, but we're all secret military, how would we know each other in the room? Well, we would know each other by simple measures because of tactics that we all know and skill sets we all have, right? And the skill sets that especially these men right here have, because they have them a lot more years than I have and a lot more operations, but they can find the hiccups of someone who doesn't have that because they are that skilled. So some of these you want to leave open and let them trip up because it'll lead to, like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey was saying, more hostages, the children who have been under the tunnels. It can lead to more things. So it's an open playing field. Some of it scripted, some of it can still be live for those various reasons.
Thank you, Derek. Michael, Jekyll, yeah, same sort of question. How much is scripted? And I'll throw this in the mix. Some folks out there are saying that Maduro's already been done away with some years ago, and we're watching sort of an actor in its place. Along the lines of that sort of dialogue, do you care to comment on this, Michael?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Now, Derek mentioned JFK in 1962. That's when the Navy SEALs were started. Nice. So, in the Panama invasion, like I was involved in, now we're seeing Delta was involved there. Now we're seeing Delta go in and do this hit. Delta's gone in and done a lot of stuff that no one knows about. Right. So, from my training and from my view, I can see a lot of these things happening. Now, Osama bin Laden, it could have been a double that was playing his role, which didn't turn out so good for that double, if that's the case, because I saw the real time footage just like President Trump was talking about. He was watching real-time footage. So there's a lot of, play acting that goes on a lot of times. We saw OBL, a lot of different looking OBLs over the years. Maybe if we look at Maduro, we'll see some different ones. I don't know. But another thing that President Kennedy was doing was bringing in silver during his administration. And I believe we're going in that direction again. So breaking down monetary systems, coming in and, closing out systems that are running down in South America and Central America with, like we talked about, China. China's down there in force. The Cubans were obviously there in force. That's all getting cleaned up all through all of those countries. And we're going to see, like President Trump was talking about, we're going to start to control the oil. And that's an asset of the United States. All of the, trading that's going on right now, most of the countries in South America right now are trading with China over United States. So we're protecting our interest. It's going to continue. We're going to clean that up. There's no problem with free trade, but China's taking advantage of that on a massive level. And I think as we move forward, we're going to see more and more of that. Now, as far as Maduro, I looked at, very suspect. He seemed to be in like several different outfits when they brought him in. So staged, obviously staged movements. So when you see him in, he was in his like on the aircraft, he's in a certain uniform. He's got his blackouts and his headphones on, so he can't see or hear what's going on. And then you see him walking. It looks like going across a beach in another like blue jumpsuit or something. Wets, it's crazy. And then you see him going through the ICE headquarters. He's in another outfit. So these are all staged movements, for the camera. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't, or someone like him wasn't taken. And we know that there was heavy intel down there on him. They knew everything about his movements, his dogs, what he ate, everything about, his quarters. Delta is exceptional, as well as SEAL Team 6 at, rehearsing for these types of events. So they probably had a mock-up of his home, and the guys were like doing that, for months of training, I guarantee you. So that's the way we operate. So when you go in and you do these missions, it's very, very surgical, very quick, very precise. And I wish I'd been there. It must have been amazing. So, as we move forward, we're going to see more. We may even see them. I don't know if we're going to go in this direction, but we may even see them in some of the cities, because we're seeing Colorado is basically, really pushing back on President Trump really hard. They're breaking the law. And I joked, not really joked, but I said probably well over a month ago, 6 weeks ago or so, that I wouldn't be surprised to see SEAL Team 6 guys or Delta guys go in and do a rescue mission in Colorado. So we'll see, how things move. I think things are going to move along very quickly. The fraud is being exposed and so forth throughout the United States. That's going to bring attention to election theft, and that'll probably bring around an executive order, emergency executive order for President Trump to push out the military to make sure we have fair elections going forward.
Thank you, Michael, for bringing clarity on the Maduro moves and the staging and the identifying of different clothing as part of that staging. That's great stuff. We're going to come and talk about some other issues pertaining to Venezuela. We're going to get into a completely different subject. And you mentioned silver, Michael. We're going to close out on the currencies of the world and the issue with the central bank and the silver moves as well. Same question to Colonel Lennox. Staged, scripted. What's your weigh in on this event as it's unfolding?
Given the way Trump has operated over the last 10 years, 12 years, I would say that it was scripted. I had heard the other day that Maduro was arrested in 2021 under the continuation of government by Trump. And we have actors, 200,000 of them, playing different people. And the senators who are so upset about Venezuela, most of them are probably actors based on certain things that I've read over the last couple of years. So the whole idea of a movie is you want to get people ready for the finale. And this Venezuela is part of getting ready for the finale. And I see, we can bring in masks on all these people, and nobody would be able to tell that they were not the real thing. So, yeah, I think it's mostly scripted because it already happened.
As I speculated, thanks to the panel for weighing in on that. Ricardo, Lieutenant Colonel Bosi, if you want to weigh in on this issue, I'm sure you have some valuable contributions. We've lost your audio, sir. Producer and
Thanks. No, I agree with all. I agree with all the comments so far, without a doubt. It's mostly scripted, if not entirely scripted. And if people have difficulty comprehending that idea, just look at the NFL. The entire season is planned out, every pass, every catch, whether somebody gets injured or not, and when they get injured, and they just accept it. And it's played out. So if you can do that with a football match, with the resources that they have, you can imagine what the US government can do in terms of scripting an operation. Yeah, Maduro and the rest were taken down some time ago. It didn't mean brave things weren't done by brave people. Of course they were. There was still a job to be done. But you're not going to put the actors on stage and pull the curtain back until you've rehearsed it, so the performance is flawless. And there's no room for error here. And so it's been, if not entirely scripted, then certainly mostly scripted. And if you want another clue to that, I think DJT was quoted as saying, as he was watching the live feed, it's almost like watching a TV show. There you go. What I don't think was scripted, for example, though, was the vision coming out of Venezuela of people in the streets hugging, crying, cheering, and celebrating their freedom. And that's go back to this block of units I was telling you about, so condominiums, 100 rooms, terrorists holding people in each room. Well, each of the terrorists has been replaced, but the people inside don't know that, and they're going to say, you can go now, and they're going to go, fantastic. And so, yeah, mostly scripted, if not entirely, but hard work still had to be done by some very talented people. So I'm not dismissing. People shouldn't get the idea that this was all very easy. I don't know. It was very difficult, very complex, and ultimate professionalism to execute it as they have done so.
Thank you, sir. I interviewed Patrick Byrne a couple of months ago on Conversations of Consequence, the other broadcast show that I produce, and he actually broke some news there and stated it as breaking news. Of course, he later went on to Emerald Robinson and really unpacked it all about what was going on in Venezuela and the mission he and others were on, and took great risk in their life in delivering this intel to and for the world. So off the heels of that, why did we take down Maduro? We'll start with Ricardo, sir. Why did we take down Maduro? What are some of the benefits? Because they aren't, as I connect the dots, there's a lot of benefits and revelations to come from this operation that we're really at the tip of the iceberg on. So I guess the concise question is, what are the takeaways? What are the benefits and revelations that we're going to learn about, are learning about, and action steps that will be taken? And does it have global impact?
Well, so focusing on why Maduro. Venezuela, we know it's the center for global election fraud, the narco dollars that are funding everything on the planet are one of the major sources for that. And we can talk in more detail later, because we know that the cabal only uses two things to get people to do what they want. One is to pray to their god, Satan. The other is the money. And that's why the money is key. That's why Great Britain had its opium war with China. It was all about generating profit, because money buys whatever you want. Countries, sultans, you name it. That's what makes the world go round, quite literally. But let's focus more forensically on why Maduro, the man, why was he taken down? Is he some sort of cabal bigwig with the control of this operation? Absolutely not. Like every other national leader that you can see on your screen, he's nothing but a puppet. Nothing but a puppet. But what's important was what the message here was very, very clever. They took down an individual as a result of legitimate criminal activities against the United States, but they left the rest of the regime in place. Now, why is that important? Because this is not regime change, old school CIA cabal. This is very, very different. This is saying, you're a crook, we're going to take you and we're going to lock you up. Now, the fact they've taken Maduro some time ago and he spilled the beans, that's a separate issue. But as far as the show is concerned, every other country on the planet watching this will see the corrupted leaders frog marched away in manacles, but the people will still have the opportunity to choose the leadership for themselves. And this is fundamentally important to what the world is about to experience. The Venezuelan government is still in charge. The deputy has been sworn in. There's this continuity. Everybody's happy. The Americans aren't the big bad wolf. They're the knights in shining armor. They're actually pulling out the individual that's caused problems. And his predecessor, Hugo Chavez, the communist dictator that retired with billions of dollars in his pocket, again, not because he's some sort of genius, again, just another puppet. And if I could just embarrass someone internationally, please, let me just take a small step aside. We have this piece of filth in Australia called Philip Adams. Now, Philip Adams made his money in advertising, so the man has no soul. And then he promptly spent the next many years on the staff of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, otherwise known as the Australian Bolshevik Collective. And he for years has been telling us that we should take a leaf out of Hugo Chavez's book. He said that Hugo Chavez, what he was doing for Venezuela, our political leaders should do for Australia. Now, the reason I mention that is of no interest to anybody else on the planet, but Australia's got to wake up and realise that the most trusted faces on the public broadcast are nothing but communists whose entire purpose was to destroy this nation. Okay, the government is still in place. They've sworn in the deputy. It's not regime change. And it comes back to this: the people have to choose. And DJT actually said the opposition leader is no good because she hasn't got the trust of the people. Why? Because she didn't win the election. Now, do we know the election was rigged? Yes. Would she have won? Probably. Not the point. What is going on here is this, as Michael said, these are a series of operations. And this is very, very specifically focused with limits of exploitation, very strict limits beyond which they could not go. Let's remove the problem and then let the country re-establish its own destiny. Now, this ties to the national security strategy, which has been published, and we keep reminding, get online, look it up, read it. This is the plan they're following. This is what you've got to understand. And everything that Trump has done fits into this document quite nicely. And so this is now the model of what we'll see around the rest of the planet. We've seen simultaneously a lot of military air movements, particularly in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. And we're going to see the same model, I believe, where corrupted leaders are pulled out. Legitimacy of the government must be re-established. So, sanitizing of the electoral process and a free and fair election if that is necessary, if the processes are there. We know that every government is under control. There hasn't been a government on this planet that has not been under control. Whether it's a national, state, local, councils, you name it, all under control. But it's not regime change. It is removing a problem and then allowing the people the opportunity to now decide for themselves their destiny. And this comes back to this sovereignty issue. It's all about choice. And you're going to hear a lot of that word a lot, choice. If people are sovereign, if they are the source of law, which we hold that they are, then people are free to make a choice. Now, if they want to elect another communist, hey, fill your boots. But if another communist gets in and starts doing the narco trafficking again, you're going to get the same result. But this is where the White Hat plan is quite exquisite. Pull out the problem, get rid of it, and allow the people the ability to start reestablishing their own destiny. And this is, again, bit by bit, we'll see this rolled out across the planet. Different countries, situations. So it won't be necessarily a military action. For example, in Australia, you wouldn't need a military action. All you need is the Governor General to dissolve the Parliament, which she is authorised and required to do if it acts unconstitutionally. She's required by our Constitution to warn them. If they continue, then she dissolves the Parliament. There's a precedent for this. There is not a problem with it. She appoints an executive council, which is the equivalent of a cabinet. The Constitution actually says an executive council. We colloquially refer to as a cabinet, but an executive council to then run the affairs of state under her direction for 3 months before they are required to face an election. So different countries will have different means of achieving the same objective. Remove the problem and re-establish a process where the people can determine their own sovereign destiny.
Excellent. What a process about to unfold here. And to the gentleman you referred to in Australia, whose name I didn't retain, birds of a feather comes to mind since he's favoring the policies of Hugo Chavez. That should be a wake-up call for the Australians. Mike, where are we going here? We're going to, let's see, we started with Ricardo. Lieutenant Colonel Lennox, you care to weigh in on the benefits and revelations that are coming from this operation in Venezuela? We've discussed elections and some other aspects. Any contribution to that aspect of this?
I think the biggest one is getting a hold of the computers that control the computers that Venezuela has distributed.
Yes.
And I saw something the other day that the intelligence chief of Venezuela has given all of the information about all of the election systems and all of the other things that have gone on in Venezuela to the U.S. because he doesn't want to hang, because he directed all of those things. And I really like the fact that we're going to find out what 60 senators were drawing their paycheck from Venezuela, since they were elected that way. And I don't have a whole lot on that other than the fact that we found the equipment. We know where it is. We know what it is. We know what the problems are. And we've got the whistleblowers to tell us exactly how the software and the hardware work together to rig elections.
Very critical. Thank you. Yeah, very important. Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, same question. Benefits, revelations from the operation.
Yeah, I think the benefits are going to be phenomenal. I know that after they went in and they seized the computers and so forth from Osama bin Laden, there was a lot of things that happened after that. I was working for the CIA at the time, so I was privy to a lot of activity that went around a world, taking down cells and so forth. So that was a benefit. So those guys going in, why did it take as long as it did? Because I can tell you it's probably they could have been out of there a lot faster. We're probably seizing some information as well from that his mansion, and brought some of that back. So that's going to be very insightful. We're going to see even all the way back to Hugo Chavez, the election fraud that was coming from Venezuela. And how many people are in office or were in office because of election fraud. That's going to be exposed. The drug cartels that have been funding a lot of our congressmen and senators, not just in Washington, D.C., but also throughout almost all the states, governors and so forth. That's going to be exposed. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to, they're not going to be very happy, and they're going to fight. So watch who pushes back the hardest all right? Who has the most to lose? That's where you need to, because most people like myself and everyone in this group, we're like, this is fantastic. Everyone should be, this is fantastic. We're stopping the drugs from coming into the United States. Now, I'm also seeing what we're, all of these setups that are going to be exposed. Now, if we look at in Australia, where we had the Bondi Beach, false flag event, we're going to start to see a lot of that get exposed. How these guys come in and do these false flags. This is going to be part of, I think, the operations that we're seeing right now. So if you look at the dates, 14 December was also Sandy Hook. So you start to see how they basically just do the same operations over and over and over again. Now, when I was in Australia, SEAL Team 6 working with the Australian SAS, they had the Port Arthur massacre. And I remember the guys were saying, they're going to take away our guns. This is a bullshit, another false flag. They were saying it back then. So we can see through these things, but most people unfortunately can't. So that's why I enjoy coming on and doing these shows, because we really expose a lot of stuff in these shows. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and the rest of our panel, very much on behalf of everyone around the world listening to this. These are important monthly broadcasts that we do, and nobody knows better than these gentlemen about these operations, because they ran in these operations, of course, for the benefit of the human race versus the other side. They know, and so our audience really needs to listen. This is a panel of military and intelligence experts, and I can't thank you enough. I want to pedal back real quick to something Colonel Lennox said. It reminds me of, maybe I'm off on the percentage, but I think it was Julian Assange who reminded us a while back, and I'm sure those clips can be found, that 95% of Congress will be said and done, when it's all said and done, gone, because of all the crimes and things they've been involved in. And you raise that point as it relates to Venezuela. You keep referring to the 60 congressmen and women that have lined their pockets off the backs of the Venezuelan people. So I'm glad you raised that issue. Derek Johnson, you want to say something?
We add to that a little bit? Tim Kaine is a senator from Virginia, and he's screaming loudest because he spent time many years ago in South America as a Jesuit in the Roman Catholic Church. And he trained youth in Latin America. And so he's screaming loudest because he's probably getting the most money. And when we look at that and we see that, my wife keeps asking me, how come Kaine's showing up all over the place? That's why. Because that's where his money comes from.
I think of our good friend Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter. He uses the term quite often, smoke out operation. You've got this sort of just as an added benefit to the operation in Venezuela. It's a smoke out operation in the seats and halls of Congress and all over this world. Fascinating observations. Derek, take this on, and we're going to move into some new territory. Benefits and revelations coming from the operation as it's unfolding in Venezuela.
Well, I'm going to add to what he said before I hop on that and add to Kaine. The very first person to allude to the War Powers Resolution Act was Kaine. All right. And then also Bernie Sanders just said we need to, Congress needs to reassert themselves. Reassert and assert are two different terminologies, ladies and gentlemen. Reassert, he said they need to make an amendment to end this. In what? Right, so that's perfect analogy, the smoke out. And the one who crows the loudest and is screaming the loudest that someone else is doing something over here, they're trying to cover something up, right? So that's all scripted. It's all part of it. Well, getting to back to Maduro, same kind of concept. We know for a fact that he was put into place in 2013. It all ties into the good versus evil. But keep in mind, again, remember before we go any further, that President Trump said this in 2020 election. Then he said, we have it all. We've caught them all. All right. So that shows you that majority of this is scripted. All right. That doesn't mean that the operations didn't take place, but it's like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey said, the operations did take place, right? The manpower, all the militaries doing what they were doing, that did take place. That's not taken away from that. But when you talk about clandestine and covert, it's all underground until we want you to see it. So that's the key thing with that. So Maduro being put into place, it's not a regime change. It's a regime destruction. All right. And it's exposure to the hierarchy of what this deep state, the cabal, as we call them, the swamp that President Trump is draining. All right, I always tell people that there's a saying that I added in my book. It says chaos plus division equals power acquisition. All right. And it still goes back to good versus evil. People always ask me all the time, like, why do you guys fight so hard? And I said, well, somebody has to for you. Right? Somebody has to be the good in the world. And the Bible shows us that. The good word shows us that. Somebody has to be that good. Somebody has to be that light. We choose to be that light. All right. And then the other thing to show people is this, is that wars and power always revolve around the same swinging doors. Power is the key word, but then under that umbrella, it's always resources, territory, and money. That's what everything revolves around. And the Bible tells you it's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the lust of money that's the root of all evil. And so you see all these different people around the world, the parties, and just like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey was talking about the NFL, look at all these people playing a sport for a living, right? Making hundreds of millions of dollars to catch a pigskin, right? That maybe you played in your backyard. But then they'll turn around and tell you how bad life is sometimes and all these other things. And it's like, give me a break. So Maduro being put into place, it could be a situation where we don't know what was scripted. We don't know what the real Maduro, he may have been tired of being the dictator. He may spill all the beans and back, where he's detained. All right. We all know this. Even in regular criminal cases, you separate all the people, and every one of them, it depends on how good that psychological operation is. And you get in there, and that detective or whoever it is saying, hey, your buddy's right over here spilling all the beans on you. They may spill all the beans on them. So it could be a lot of that. And that's why I tell people all the time, they can still be evil, sure, but they can still have a guilty conscience and spill all the beans. And I think that Maduro is going to spill the beans on the voting systems. All right. And then Lieutenant Colonel Bosey held up the national security strategy. I highly recommend everybody read that. It's very key that you read it. It's a lot of things you need to read, but the national security strategy. And then Lieutenant Colonel Lennox was talking about the Monroe Doctrine, 1823. All right. And President Trump talks about the Monroe Doctrine. But then the Western Hemisphere, right? That is in the terminology of the Monroe Doctrine, but it's also found in Executive Order 13919, which came after the congressional authorization. It specifically mentions the Western Hemisphere, enhanced counter-narcotics operation in the what? Western Hemisphere in 2020. So all this started way back then. And then the Indo-Pacific Agreement. People wonder why we have interests everywhere else as well. It all ties in because this is all of their playing ground. And you alluded to, we're going to talk about the central banks. All this ties in. It's bringing down the whole network of all of their systems, right? One by one, piece by piece, strategically, in the domino effect, but also in the 5D master chess that not only President Trump is, but our generals and our admirals and other people that you see here on the panel, different people who are secret military, et cetera, everybody who's pulling their weight where you're supposed to, right? So there's that. The capitulations, they all tie in. All the nations that capitulated show who came aboard with President Trump in this plan. Because when President Trump walked in there, ladies and gentlemen, this is no disrespect whatsoever to our commander-in-chief, but President Trump was able to do that because of the plan behind him. he was able to walk in and say, you better get on board, or when the lights go out, it's night night, right? So, and we found out who did. Ukraine didn't, Yemen didn't, Venezuela didn't, Iran didn't. All right. And we found out who did, and we can name those for days. But the voting systems, something as simple as the swing states. The swing states in the United States, that is that hierarchy that they made. That's how they knew, kind of like the NFL scripted, that's how they knew these states would come down to the battleground states before the election. How did they know that? See, that's something that simple through the years that they pulled over everybody. But to show that this is also a scripted operation and it's been well planned out, the voting systems, Executive Order 13848 with the national emergency that was declared September the 12th, 2018. All right, quote unquote, Joe continued that all throughout 21 to 25, just to hand right back to President Trump, January the 20th, 2025. Why would Joe Biden continue an executive order with a national emergency for election interference? And also, every one of our military guys here can attest to this. Military orders with the congressional authorization are not continuation orders, because when a president does that, it does require that 90-day window in a congressional authorization. The National Guard have been active cybersecurity teams for the 2018 election, 2020 election, 2022 election, and 2024 elections. Knowing that they're not continuation, but let's just be hypothetical for a moment, and let's just say that they ignored that. Then why would Joe Biden have the National Guard cybersecurity teams collecting real data and real voting time? Because that's what the cybersecurity teams do. They're getting the real data and the real numbers, and they're also finding who's trying to hack, who's trying to add, who's trying to delete. Why would they do that? So that's all validated. And no other time have we used the National Guard for that in our history. And then something that alludes to it in the hierarchy. When they had Joe Biden on the debate with President Trump, he kept talking about Ukraine, and he kept talking about NATO and Article 5 of NATO. Ukraine's not a member of NATO. Why would he be talking about Ukraine and NATO and Article 5? Article 5, ladies and gentlemen, is where an attack on one is an attack on all. All right. Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. He also mentioned Belarus. They're not a member of NATO. So see, they're making all these people expose, who was tied in, who wasn't. But at the end of the day, also people forget that there are good people in every nation. People forget that, especially Americans. Americans are very, I don't know if it's closed-minded or just not educated on that. But so many people forget there's good people in Ukraine. There's good people in Venezuela. Everybody wants to be in vocal power, have a voice, and that's what we're doing is opening that. And all President Trump had to do in a simple was enforce the laws. And when you enforce the laws as prescribed to the full extent, then it exposes everything else. And as Lieutenant Colonel Lennox said, the ones who are crowing the loudest are the ones who are being exposed. And all President Trump is doing is just, you gave me this button and you kept it in law, so we're going to utilize this law.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's move into the global defense war aspect of this off of the Venezuela turf. Seems to me the night of the Venezuela operation that the enemies in darkness across the world, when they woke up the next morning, they were having more than a bad hair day. They've been basically put on notice. And so this very panel has often referred to President Trump as the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces. We'll take this at the top with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. Please elaborate on what that means. Commander-in-Chief of the Global, Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces. What is meant by that? I think we see that beginning to play out. And we'll be a little bit brief on this second segment of questioning because I got to take on 4 countries here. But let's start there, Ricardo, if you will, please. What is meant for the purpose of my understanding and our viewers, President Trump is the supreme commander-in-chief of the global defense allied forces, and how that differs from a dictator. No audio, sir. You've muted your mic. You got to unmute your mic, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. That's a great question, John, and one everybody should understand. This is and it has been an in extremis situation for the world. It wasn't a matter of simply let's vote new people in, because as we now know, there has never been a free and fair election on the planet for the longest possible time. So this was and in that situation, what happened was, as we know, the military leaders of the US decided something had to be done. They couldn't. The proposal was that they should potentially conduct a military coup, throw out the crooks, and then hand the reins of power back to the people. But that was never going to work. It would create a wound that would never heal, and it wouldn't work anyway because the people wouldn't believe it, and they'd just re-elect the same people. So what happened was this plan was hatched. And then progressively over time, and this is one of the key responsibilities of leadership, is to build alliances. And so they met with and worked with personnel in every country around the world, bit by bit, trying to determine who, if anybody, in this country is clean, is capable, and ready and willing to do the job that has to be done. And so over a long period of time, they recruited individuals, military, civilian, politicians, lawyers, media, you name it, unions, academia, every group. They recruited people they needed to recruit that might do the job. Now, they were few and far between. The militaries were okay because below the leadership level of the militaries, most of the lads and the ladies were straight shooters. They just wanted to do the right thing. So they could recruit military people within the organization. And let's just talk military, push the others off to one side. And so over many, 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 many years, they vetted, they checked everything on individuals to see who was trustworthy and who could do the job, because they were keen to have the people of their own nation clean up their nation as far as possible, if that makes sense, in conjunction with other allies. And so this alliance was established, this military alliance involving the militaries of just about every country on the planet. And the plan was developed, and they needed a leader lawfully elected, constitutionally elected, to lead this alliance, because otherwise it's just a military coup d'etat. And so constitutional legitimacy had to be established. Now, this explains why it took so much time for the corporation issue to roll itself out. Because if the planet was a collection of sovereign nations, then it would be fair to say, well, this is just a dictatorship. What right does Donald J. Trump have to step into my country, send his people into my country, and do something about it? Well, the White Hats don't miss a trick. The corporations were corporations, and corporations can be bankrupted, corporations can be taken over, and legitimate control, according to the cabal set of rules, was acquired. And so it's not like DJT and this military has stepped on the toes of sovereign nations. DJT and his troops, this global alliance, have been playing the cabal with their own rules, taken over their organizations and established themselves, just as the cabal established themselves over the original legitimate United States. When it became the corporation, corporations were taken over. The corporations were taken over like any corporation can be taken over. And then legitimate control, according to a set of rules, not necessarily a moral set of rules, but a set of rules, could be played. And then when they had the plan in place, they had the troops and the allies in place and a legitimate commander in place, the plan could be executed. And that's the short version about what this alliance is and why it's legitimate, and why Donald J. Trump is actually, simply said, the most powerful man on the planet ever.
What brilliant analysis. Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, and what do we have, about 200 countries on this planet, big job ahead of us. The interest of our time, I'm going to just pluck a few countries out and just have you briefly comment on what you may see happening or now or about to happen. Let's start, and again, we'll be brief. We'll take this around the panel. Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, and Greenland. I see a lot of things going on here. Can you just take one at a time and provide any commentary you can, Lieutenant Colonel Bosey, on Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, and Greenland? What's happening? What's about to happen?
Yeah, sure. Cuba is closely aligned with Venezuela, closely aligned with the cabal. It was a means by which Castro was no great leader. We know that. He was just a puppet like everybody else, but they needed geographic locations for events to be taking place. Cuba will see the leadership dissolved, and again, an opportunity for free and fair elections for the Cuban people. Again, this plan is being rolled out. Canada next, you'll be rolled up real quick. Sorry, to my Canuck friends. You'll be rolled up quick smart, because you are as great a threat to, well, maybe not as great, but as a great threat to the stability of the United States, just like Venezuela was. The line that the drugs and the corruption comes from the northern border almost as much as the southern border is true. So once again, you're going to be wrapped up as well. But again, probably wrapped up in the US potentially. Like it, lump it. You might get a chance to be to remain independent. I strongly don't think that'll occur. Let's jump to Iran. Iran was a genuine threat for many, many years. It's now been retaken, and it will lose its corrupted leadership. And once again, the people will have a chance to reestablish their own sovereignty there. So the funding to the terrorist global organizations will disappear, and stability will return to that Middle East. There'll still be existential conflicts between the Shia and the Sunni, but that's a local issue for them to sort out. And as we've said previously, and DJT has intimated, it's for the Muslims to sort out the Islamic world, not anybody else. So that now what became a global threat now is simply a localized threat, but there'll be massive pressure to make sure that that is resolved. And I think the last one was Greenland, John. Greenland, potentially again certainly part of the Western Hemisphere. Always DJT's intention. Whether it becomes part of the greater United States or not, I don't know. It would make a lot of sense from a strategic perspective to wrap it up as closely and as tightly as they can. They might, like Canada, they might have an independent government of some sort, but closely under the umbrella of the United States. So you've got this Western Hemisphere stitched up very, very tightly.
Thank you, sir. Europe, just a brief comment on Europe. The president recently has stated to Europe that you're losing your heritage. What are you doing? What's your take on Europe? It's a big piece here.
The EU will be taken down. Individual nations will once again be able to fly their national flags. The EU flag will be hopefully burnt. And they will have a chance then to start re-establishing themselves now. Once again, according to the National Security Strategy, if you read it, he has a plan for Europe in the sense that he wants Europe to become European again, which means, to my mind, the nation states will be free to export the imported unwanted immigrants from Africa and elsewhere back to their home countries. So they'll be now free, because I can tell you, the Italians want the vous comprez. They call them vous comprez, which is sort of bad Italian. Do you want to buy? Do you want to buy? Because these people turn up and they sell stuff on the streets. Each nation wants these people out. They want to become Italian again. The French want to be France again. The Spanish want Spain to be Spanish again. They all want them gone. They want Europe to be European, and this is one of Trump's key pushes to make sure that occurs, because it's in nobody's interest to have an Islamic caliphate across Europe, and it is everyone's interest for them to then start to re-establish their national sovereignty, their national character, and begin to reform that vibrant culture of Europe that has been smashed over the last 20, 25 years.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And, I lived in South Florida many years ago. Calaoche, I can tell you our Cuban friends are going to be celebrating at some point in the near future like we've never seen before in Miami. Let's turn that once beautiful island back into a beautiful island. Let's reestablish trade. Let's bring the families back together, and let's turn that into a casino-driven, wonderful tourist destination and prosper beyond belief and take the yoke of tyranny off the Cuban people's necks for the first time in 60, 70 years, however it's been since Castro. And I also find it interesting. What's the guy's name? Che Guevara. I'm in Asia, and there's like Che Guevara T-shirts and posters. Although I don't even know who the hell this guy is. I mean, but yet he's a hero to these
Yeah.
people. I don't understand it, but that's a quick, useless commentary. Michael Jaco, let's take Lieutenant Colonel Lennox, let's take this on. In the interest of time, can you comment or contribute to Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, Greenland, anything else you'd like to add, your perspective on what Lieutenant Colonel Bosey shared with us?
Canada is, according to the pre-Constitution Articles of, Derek, you're going to help me.
Federation.
Articles. The
Articles of Confederation. Yeah.
Articles of Confederation. Under those, Canada is a part of the United States. And there are at least 4 provinces that have already begun the voting process to become part of the United States. So Canada is going to be part of the U.S. There's little doubt in my mind that that's going to not going to happen. Only place they might have trouble with is Quebec, because they want to be part of France. Head of the government in Greenland and Denmark said the United Nations will come and keep the U.S. from taking over Greenland. There is no NATO. The United Nations is going to be gone. Greenland will be part of the U.S. in some form or another. We already have large bases there. In fact, a lot of the trafficked children are going up there for medical treatment. Cuba, if they could go back to being the resort that they were in the 50s, it'd be phenomenal. And I think that'll happen because they've never been able to get rid of Gitmo on there. Iran's very interesting because it's Persia. And Persia is very different from the rest of the Middle East. They are cleaning up. I know a lot of Iranians I've met here in the DC area who left there. And the CIA has been controlling Iran for years. That's going to go away. The Russians are in there already doing that. Europe is very interesting because under Nasser Ghazara, in order to get the money that you're supposed to get because of your birth certificate, you have to be back in your home country. That makes it very interesting for Europe and all of the people that have gone there running away from their home countries to come to Britain and Germany. And the challenge for Germany is they've always had a very large population of people from Italy, I can't remember the other one, some of the Turkey, who worked for the military in Berlin, worked for the military all over Europe. That's a very interesting challenge they have because they were never citizens. They were guest workers. And Germany has always had a lot of guest workers. France, I don't know about France. It's France. There's nothing, since de Gaulle left, there's been nothing. And the rest of Europe, Italy is good. Probably one of the staunchest supporters of Trump, interestingly enough. Spain's where all the Brits go to live instead of living in Britain, in Great Britain. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch Europe once the EU flag comes down, and it's coming down. because that idiot
Yes.
that's running it he's crazier than a loon.
Well, thank you. Great perspectives. Great views on Europe. Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, Greenland. Anything you want to contribute? The world is changing, folks. This is a global defense, strategic, precision military operation, as our panel has been educating us on for the last year, and we're watching it unfold. Michael, weigh in, if you will, please.
Yeah, this is a beautiful time because this is something we've talked about for years, how there's the militaries around the world were working in unison to basically take down the New World Order, as George H.W. Bush talked about many years ago. It is gone. It has collapsed, and it's collapsing very fast. So you look at Cuba, like I talked about, the people are already starting to celebrate. They know they're going to be replacing their government. I think we're going to start to see that probably in Colombia, Venezuela. Now, we haven't talked about Brazil, because I think Brazil is going to have a change of leadership as well, but that's coming. That'll probably be revealed pretty soon. Lula, I think, is he's not going to last much longer. Bolsonaro will be pulled out of prison, and he'll assume his rightful place as a leader again. So you look at Canada. Just think of all the places that are going to celebrate when they're free, when America comes in and frees them. That's Canada. Canadians, I do shows all the time, and Canadians are constantly, please come and save us from this, this corrupt government that we have here. So that's coming. You look at Greenland. Greenland is full of natural resources. They've already also expressed the interest of becoming part of the United States. Iran. When I was in the Middle East, it was always the Iranians that were causing problems. So that's going to be a massive win for all of the Middle East. The fall of the Islamists all around the world as well, because this is being exposed as well. So in Iran, they have the fastest growing Christian network of anywhere in the world. So they're, turning around, a long history of suppression, and it's going to be something also, freedom of religion and so forth is coming for the Middle East as well. So all of these different countries, European Union is dead. It's definitely going to go away. Now, one thing also we haven't talked about is the City of London. So the City of London has been funding a lot of the mischief around the world. They fund China, they fund Ukraine, of course, and a lot of problems. So the City of London, it's like, who's the enemy? We should be like invading the City of London, but of course we'll squeeze them, we'll take away their money, and they'll collapse. So this is it's like we've been talking about for years. It's the time has finally come, and it's progressing very rapidly. Take down the old New World Order. It's done. It's gone.
You bet. It is a great time to celebrate. I realize our nation's not completely out of the woods yet. We'll address that at another broadcast. The near-death experience Juan speaks about, perhaps yet to hit the streets. We're going to close out our show with a new topic in a moment on the silver issue, back to London, where a lot of that's taken place. And but before we do, we'll have Derek please weigh in on the countries, Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, Greenland, anywhere you'd like to go to contribute to that before we take on the silver issue and wrap up the broadcast.
I'll comment briefly on that, but if I may, I want to tackle the Supreme Commander, because I was licking my chops on that. If you'll let me, to help
Bring
people
it on.
out, I think I could add to that. That's my wheelhouse there. But what I was saying earlier about all these nations, they kind of all add into the Indo-Pacific, even though that's a certain region, but it's the same concept that President Trump has in that agreement in 2019, where every nation will be sovereign on their own. Well, in order to reach that, it's got to do what Jaco just said. The old power, the old, hierarchy, everything, that's got to be gone. So that's what that's alluding to. That's alluding to a new world, not order, but every nation's sovereign on their own, meaning the people's in charge. The people. That's what President Trump said January the 2017. We're taking the power out of D.C., giving it back to you, the people. That's applied and made applicable to all these nations. And that's why the capitulations are very key. And it kind of ties into the Supreme Commander thing because he's that head. All right. And the generals and the admirals, they're the real men and women in charge back here. And that's the one thing that my grandfathers and great uncles really, drove into me, instilled into me growing up. And my certain uncles were on another side of the family that didn't know my grandfather. And they talked about the generals. Said, never again will we let happen in this country what happened under JFK. If we get a chance, we're going to take it over. And Lieutenant Colonel Bosey made a key term there to make sure people know it's a slight difference. Now, liberals and Democrats think what's taking place, if they do know about a military operation, they call it a coup d'etat. It's not. It's not because the law shows that. Now, they're the very ones like Tim Kaine and all these other people talking about all the laws and orders, and they can't even quote one single word from one single sentence from one single paragraph of a single law, much less put them all together. But the generals and admirals wanted someone who wasn't military, but also wasn't in politics, because that's part of bringing in a new world, a new light, a new everything. All right, and that's what President Trump offers. But he also was an expert in many fields, and he's genius in a lot of other ways as well. And the corporations that we're talking about. And that's like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey said, hey, well, you screwed up. You guys messed up. A corporation can be run like a business, but it also can be what? Bankrupt like one too, because that's how you guys designed it. So we're just taking your corporations and going, well, we don't like your corporations. And it doesn't back our Constitution. It doesn't back our Declaration. It doesn't back our founding. See, there's one thing I never hear a Democrat mention. They never mention the Declaration of Independence. They never even talk about it. I've never heard one single Democrat or liberal say the phrase Declaration of Independence because they know nothing about it. And they also don't understand our spirit. And that's what all these nations know. The American spirit is there. And they know also other nations' militaries that want to fight for everyone's freedoms. It's that spirit, and that's what everybody wants to be a part of. But one of the key things that people get wrong with the Supreme Commander, but a president more specifically, is the presidential power. The Constitution is one of the worst things that people use as their shield or as their, source. They'll say, oh, the Congress has the power to declare the war. Yes, that's true, but the president also is simultaneous in there because you got to know our foundation. Our foundation and who wrote the Constitution. They specifically came out of a war that established a military first. All right. So in our unconventional warfare, in our publications, it specifically says in unconventional warfare that the military can operate without the United States government's consent. Under a what? A presidential finding. All right. So many people don't realize that presidential power, and they don't read all the things they're supposed to read with that. And then also the Dwight D. Eisenhower. I always hate, because I feel like I'm being disrespectful. That's the last time I'll call him by that. But General Eisenhower, first, rare 5-star general. All right. 5-star general and president. He's the one who established the continuity government. And with the continuity government, there was something that accompanied it. It was called a Presidential Emergency Action Document. It's short. The acronym is PEADS. All right. There's 4 ways the military pairs with the federal government. That is national emergencies, executive orders, proclamations, and treaties. All right. So everything that President Trump did from 2017 to 2021 was set up all those unique executive orders with all these national emergencies. And then you got to go back to what Congress did in 73, where they actually, when they tried to limit the power of the president, all President Trump has done is take all their limitations and use it against them. And once all is unveiled to the people, everything we're talking about, from the financial systems around the world, we're talking about all these nations that we're talking about, and the power gets back to the people, and people start seeing every aspect of their lives the chains unshackled off of them, then that exposure alone is not. It's going to allow people to see. I don't want to go back to this. I don't want to go back to that world. I want to stay right here. And then everything goes back to preventing this from happening again in the future.
Yes, thank you, Derek. And you brought us back to the Supreme Commander in Chief, this President Trump. My contribution to that also is he was chosen, in my opinion, by the ultimate supreme being, God above. Then through the admirals and generals, the 200 is the number we've been floated around, that sat down with Donald Trump, the citizen, some years prior to the escalator, and continued on that trajectory. And then, of course, we the people put him in office 3 times. And so while it is an operation with so many incredible men and women throughout this world and our great military and intelligence folks, never underestimate what one man can do. And that one man, the face of this whole thing, this operation, is our Commander-in-Chief and President Donald J. Trump, that I've never once wavered from for 1 second in this entire journey. And I wish that those target audience will glean a lot of value from these minds on this panel. That leads us to the central bank. We're talking about great things happening. Michael is Jaco has permeated a narrative throughout this, what a great time this is, and he is absolutely right. And you got to put the central bank debacle in there. The London Exchange and the central bank has controlled and manipulated the gold and silver market for decades, Federal Reserve, et cetera, et cetera. This is now coming to an end as we speak. With the massive demand globally for silver, the vaults in London empty, the central bank is squirming and panicking behind the scenes, now imploding upon itself as their paper contracts and naked short selling manipulation has caught them finally on the wrong side of the trade. Last I checked, they've gone to the Fed window as a lender of last resorts, borrowing over $50 billion to keep their doors open, with no end in sight, as I understand the mechanics behind the scenes. So silver is catapulting, and for sound reason. This morning, I'm in Thailand recording this in the morning. You gentlemen are at night. This morning, the silver closed at over $82 an ounce. Silver is catapulting, and for sound reason. And so is gold, for that matter. So there's the setup. One could say that President Trump's legacy, in part, could be 3 things. 1, restoring election integrity here at home, then exported throughout the 71 other countries that had their elections stolen. 2, rescuing and rehabilitating the children, ensuring that this never happens again and holding those accountable. And number 3, restoring sound money. President Trump said, I've said this before, I'll say it again, in 2017 inauguration, I'm giving you back your country, with that military statement behind him. I'm returning the power back to you, the people. And you know what? He can't do that with unconstitutional, funny Fed money as debt. So we are restoring sound constitutional money back into the treasury, of which we vote into office. So there's a lot to unpack there. This is our last topic of the panel. So we'll begin with Ricardo, Lieutenant Ricardo Bossi, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. Sorry, there's a lot to unpack here on the central bank and silver situation. So begin any way you choose. What do you see happening on the dismantling of the central bank system?
This is welcome news. As you and I have spoken before, John, I'm not surprised it's happening. I'm just surprised it took so long. I'm not
Decades.
laughing at other people's pain. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. We know that this is going to occur. I'll keep my bit short so others can chime in. But I'll tell you what I know. We were told 6, 7, 8 years ago that silver would reach parity with gold and then exceed the value of gold by a factor of 3 to 4. How do we know that? If you study history, you see these things. You know what's coming next. And as evidence of the value of silver potentially exceeding that of gold as being not spectacular news is simply because years ago in the US specifically, let's focus on that, silver was valued more than gold. And that's reflected in the badges of rank of the US military. A gold clover leaf is the rank insignia of a major who is subordinate to a lieutenant colonel, the signia of which is a silver clover leaf. So the fact that silver exceeds the value of gold shouldn't surprise anybody because that reflected real market value. As we know, silver's been one of the most depressed metals on the market, and there's just reasons for that. For example, you can't have flat screen TVs and you can't have AI um, uh, computer farms to manage that without lots of silver. You can't build a Tesla without a kilo of silver. But silver has industrial demand. Silver holds its value. What's happening now is it's going through the roof. We knew it was going to happen. The holders of silver metal are hanging onto it. So the COMEX, the institution that trades silver, has less to trade. China has, as of this, January 1, said that no more silver is coming out of our country, and they're processing 80% of the world's silver. The parasitic manipulators of the system who play this game for their benefit to the cost of the people are now brought out. It will take off like a rocket. I don't think people are saying the experts that understand the normal rules of metals trading. It's almost amusing watching them because it's watching somebody with a hammer look for nails. They're no longer looking at nails. There are screws, and the hammers just don't work anymore. They're going to say, "Oh, it'll reach $200." Well, it will, and then $3, and then $5, and then $6, then $1,000 an ounce. It'll take off like a rocket. It'll become unobtainium, which is an expression I think other people use, meaning the price will just be ridiculously high. It's gone up and down. It's shot up to. It's not at its highest ever value. If you factor in inflation, it's still well below that, even at $80 US an ounce. It's still below its highest ever price. When it does break that price, adjusted for inflation, it'll really start to fly. And if people are thinking, I can't afford silver at $80 US an ounce, wait till it's 160, wait till it's 360, wait till it's 500. This is an opportunity, and I'm sure the White Hats are very happy that there's this temporary lull to allow as many people to get into silver as much as possible, as quickly as you can, get the metals. We know that the silver certificates outnumber the physical metal, I think by a ratio of almost 100 to 1. For every 1 ounce of gold, there's 100 ounces of silver certificates out there. So somebody's going to lose. The banks are exiting their positions. That's what you're facing. So I'll just leave it there. There's a lot more to say, so I'll let others. I'll leave enough meat on the bone for the others to chew on that.
Great, thank you, sir. And you raised a very important point that I'd like to comment on briefly, and that's adjusted for inflation. That is so key to factor into this. And on the note of inflation, and I'm a layman here, but I think it's well founded. Inflation is a tool that's been used by the Federal Reserve. What they've basically done is they've increased and decreased the money supply and raised and lowered interest rates for the benefit of themselves to fund both sides of the wars and everything else they do, at the detriment of we, the hardworking American people, and the people of the world. That's what they've been doing, and that is what's coming to an end. And it couldn't come anytime sooner. I believe outside of normal, and this is above my pay grade, economists would know better, but normal inflation that's healthy as economies move, ebb and flow, and grow the laws of economics is good. But out of control inflation to manipulate and control our currency's value and to disrupt our lives, taxes and inflation, that's been created by design, and that's coming to an end. You talk about tyranny, boots coming off our neck, folks. There it is right there. And there's so much more. And we unpack a lot of this on a Global Financial Reset show live every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm happy to announce that Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox will be joining us not this week, but the week after. And we're going to try and get Brad Wosley to join in the same episode because I know he's got a lot of value in this area as well. We were unable to bring him into this panel today. Sorely missed, but we'll bring him in next week on that. Anyway, we'll close out. We'll take it to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox. So we're talking about the end of the central bank system, the Federal Reserve as we know it, the corner they got themselves now backed into, and the explosion of silver. What say you, sir?
Yeah, you can get really technical on this. 3 years ago, I put all my money in silver. So that's been very interesting to watch. The key on silver is there are 800 million tons dug a year. 60% of that goes to industrial operations. The banks had enough paper silver out there that if they could buy all the silver they needed, it would take 5.5 years, assuming they could get 100% of the mined silver in a year. Not doable. There was a guy the other day, an industrialist, who offered $200 an ounce for all the silver he could buy. He got no sellers. The only sellers would be the banks that had all the paper that they'd issued saying they had silver. Morgan Stanley, or JP Morgan, went $4.1 billion in the hole on silver paper they'd issued. That happened 2 days ago. Bank of America went $1 billion in the hole. Chase Manhattan went who knows how many $1 billion in the hole. They're all in the hole. This is part of the come down of the banks. At least one big bank is gone as of last Friday, because last Friday was when the big the margin calls were made by the COMEX. And they don't make margin calls very often, but they made on Friday $17 billion in in margin calls. So when we look at silver, I agree that it's going up over $1,000. I think it'll be $1,500 to $2,000 an ounce, but we have to look at it in terms of the money that replaces the fiat currency. So when we look at that, the value is going to be unbelievable, because we'll be talking about a gold-backed currency that we're going to be buying the silver with. It's fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
You bet.
That's my
I can't wait.
on silver.
Thank you, sir. I can't wait for you to join as the featured guest on the Global Financial Reset Show coming up, where we have a lot more time to delve into that, the repatriation of the wealth, the return of the wealth, stolen wealth to the people, the eventual elimination of the federal income tax, our reestablishing of our currency into a stable coin, into a QFS, into a Space Force encrypted wallet. And that's, in my opinion, where God and technology finally say hello to each other. But we'll get into that at another time. Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, if you want to weigh in on this, I know you've been very vocal about this on some of your broadcasts that I tune into on occasion. What's your take on the central bank collapse that's beginning and the silver explosion?
Yeah, it's just fantastic. I've been collecting silver since I was a little boy, 8-9 years old. So I've watched the silver go up and down. We're in a mega cycle right now. We'll see another 8 years of silver going up. So we're in the beginning stages of this bull cycle in silver. This month alone, we'll see probably over $100 an ounce. So it'll continue to go up. I agree. We're going to see $1,000+ silver easily, and probably a lot higher. I agree with Lieutenant Colonel Wosi that it's going to, probably equal or surpass gold at some point. Going all the way back to the Wizard of Oz, 1896, Frank Baum talked about, this in his books. He did several books, I think 12 books in all. The Dorothy's slippers were silver to begin with, and then they turned them to ruby. But the gold, Follow the Yellow Brick Road was gold. It was obviously led to falsehood with the Wizard of Oz. And the silver slippers basically were the ones that really got her back. So it's a very interesting take. Another interesting take is JFK was big into silver. He did silver certificates. The Federal Reserve did not like that at all. In fact, shortly after his death, they forced bought all of them back instantly. Right. So I remember as a little boy, having silver certificates, but they were worthless, pretty much. They're just, for, collectors. And so now we're seeing President Trump, who put his name on the JFK Center in Washington, D.C., above JFK's name. So that's basically another indicator that he is going back to the silver standard as well. And again, taking down the Federal Reserve. So we'll see the miners really start to kick in, I think, once we hit $100, but $150, when we see that, that's when the silver miners and so forth are really going to start to kick. So another great investment opportunity in the silver miners if you're want to diversify your portfolio, because I think at some point we're going to see silver become unobtainium. You won't be able to get it. There's a lot of silver dealers, I follow them quite a bit and have for years, that are running out of silver constantly in their shops. So it'll soon be unavailable to the average investor. So I'd recommend at this point, get as much as you can, because the industrialists really need this silver bad. They're coming out with new batteries and so forth that need a lot more silver. Solar panels, rockets, you name it, medical supply, everything is using silver. It's not just just for monetary means at this point. It's also industrialized massively on a level we've never seen before in history. So yeah, silver is definitely going to go up. Silver will be the collapse of the Federal Reserve. And then, of course, the IRS will go away as well. IRS, President Trump is already talking about how tariffs are going to do away with IRS. And he cut a lot of the IRS funds January 1st. No tips, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. So it's coming. It's not like you talked about in the beginning of the show, John. It can't all happen at once. It's got to be a slow squeeze, and that's what's happening right now.
Thank you, Michael. I was going to ask you some pointed questions, but you've addressed it all there in your closing points. Thank you very much. Extraordinary time to be alive, folks. Sure, there's plenty of doom and gloom. A lot of folks are just trying to buy lunch tomorrow. I understand that. But hang in there. Help is on the way. You can clearly see that. And God is on the throne, as always, and in control. And he's got his people in place. And some of those people are on this screen right now. Derek Johnson, please close us out. Your comments on the central bank debacle, the silver explosion, and so forth.
I mean, what better person than the Donald Trump that I grew up watching, the businessman, right? You can go back to talking about a long time coming. You can go back to a John Wayne movie. I think it was in 1939, Stagecoach. And they're on the stagecoach, and there's a man in there, and he's big old mustache and, business suit, looking all debonair, all this stuff. And John's laying in the floorboard, whatnot, being old cowboy, whatnot. But, and the guy goes, what this nation needs is a businessman for president. I mean, this was like 1939 again. And there's one of our, American legends, John Wayne. And then you had James Stewart, legendary James Stewart, that my dad got to pick up in the Air Force on the tarmac at Fort Walton Beach at Eglin Air Force Base. which was one of the highlights of his life, but also in the Air Force. But legendary Jimmy Stewart, whatever you want to call him, he went by both. But he was trying to tell people in his movie, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, what was going on in D.C. all those years, and alluding to it, and a timestamp in a movie. So this goes back to what Jacob was talking about too, about the London, the Crown, right? The Crown. We have all these tie-ins, the central bank, and then what President Trump was showing you. I mean, there's so many ways you can slice this pie, but just my favorite was January the 20th, 2021, when the whole world thought that Joe Biden was being inaugurated. They showed it was a funeral. But that was not just a funeral it wasn't a funeral for Joe. It was a funeral for the Crown, right? This is all being taken down. The 2017 to 2021 was your resetting of the legislative branch. Your 21 to 25 was a resetting of the executive branch. And right now we're currently going through the resetting of the judicial branch. And our founders put those in a sequence on purpose. The first two are voted in by us. And then the judicial is nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. And when they're not doing what we, the people, put our people in place for, then they're to be removed. By whom? The president and the Congress. They're to be impeached. So how does that all tie into the monetary system? President Trump's been hammering this so much. The very first thing he said straight out the gate was follow the money. Follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. And we know that a lot of cryptos and those things at first were put into place as tracers as well. And then we also know about the gold, all these things through the years, like Indiana Jones and the Nicolas Cage movies. People thought these were just movies, but everything has been alluding to what's taking place right now. And it's like a collaboration of movies that all come to one movie. But President Trump tells people through his speeches, which are proclamations, and they're timestamped, but they're proclamations, and they'll be added up in my book, and then it'll be added up in whatever they're doing for the finale for their side. But when he was saying specifically, he said from the 1870s to 1913, our nation had more money than it knew what to do with. Well, that is why that is why I specifically sound like a broken record week in, week out on the same topics, but the same delivery, is because it goes back to his comment in 2020. The cure can't be bigger than the problem. The solution cannot be bigger than the problem. I remember one of our panels one night when a question was asked, and Lieutenant Colonel Lennox answered it in like maybe one sentence. Then Lieutenant Colonel Bosey said, anybody who cannot answer it that quickly and that short, it don't deserve an answer, right? Because some of this stuff is that simple, right? It's who's in charge, who's in command, and are they enforcing what the law reads and what's prescribed in the law? And that's what's taking place. So as we've all alluded to here, there's the actual side of the actual buying silver, or if you want to buy gold, but silver is the ticket. But there's the actual portion of that. But then there's the operational side of it here, and what was going on with the hierarchy and what happened. Ulysses S. Grant, the swamp that was starting thought he would make a great president because he got General Lee to surrender and all this other stuff. That's when the puppeteering really started. You had the Organic Act, 1871. They tore it up in 1874. And then they put another one in 1878. And then the rest is history. It started rolling from there. We borrowed money from Britain, and we just kept growing more and more in debt, right? But the money was being made, but where was the money going, right? It was going into the hands of all these people at that time period, the people that John Wayne in the movie was alluding to, and James Stewart. So all this stuff just snowballed. And then you get into 1941. I highly recommend, we were on a D-Day panel, Lieutenant Colonel Bosey and Colonel Sellers. They open up on World War II. Very, very detailed. That's it. What did they know? What did Churchill know? What did Roosevelt know? Look at all the New Deals. Even President Trump took a shot at Roosevelt with the New Deals. See, they got all of it would be my grandparents and a lot of the people listening, your parents, they got our parents and grandparents to buy into these deals, right? In these different organizations. And everybody started putting their money in it. But what started happening? That swamp started taking up here. Same thing with the Bidens, the hedge funds, as they call them. They were hiding all their money in these hedge funds. To an average business person, it looked like a real hedge fund. But what were they doing back here? They were siphoning all this money up here. Same thing with Ukraine, Venezuela, all the different things. So all this ties into that central bank and the people that were running those. So what better person than President Donald John Trump, who longer than I've been alive has been saying the same thing about China consistently all these years, right? That is someone who not only knows it, but Jerry Lee Lewis, famous piano player and singer, they asked him, hey, can you play that thing standing up? He said, I can play this thing in my sleep. All right, President Trump knows business like the back of his eyelids. All right, he is the key person for that. He was the perfect person for that. So it's one of those when you're so rich already and you have everything money can buy, you have everything that your great grandchildren will, can never spend. I'll never forget sitting, and I think it's safe to say now that I got to sit with Barron Trump one of the times that I was at Mar-a-Lago. It was only his second appearance of the year back in 2024. And I don't think he made another appearance, but I'll never forget one thing he said. And I was like, oh, my God, you talking about feeling guilty? Because I can tell you right now, I have in this little white thing you see.
And the justification of the ICE agent for actually doing that shooting. I talked about it yesterday in detail, and we're seeing more evidence that's coming forward. This particular ICE agent was trying to make an arrest of an illegal immigrant, and the illegal immigrant drug him in his car, and we'll talk about that too. He got up to 30 stitches. So he's been, still out there doing the hard stuff, and he's the kind of guy that has gotten hammered. There's been over 100 ICE agents that have been, hit by vehicles and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's not something new, but Democrats are trying to blow this into another George Floyd type of situation. I called that out very early yesterday to try and bring awareness to it so it wouldn't spark riots. Of course, in Minnesota, they're already starting it because Minnesota is a hotbed for extreme radical liberal ideology. So it's a thickness, right? And the Democrats are pushing it, just like they're pushing white racism. So they did it for years with black racism. Now that's not getting enough traction for them, so they're going for white racism now. Just like they go for we had climate change, so they could bring in their green lie, all that stuff. So the Democrat Party is and I'm not picking on the Democrat Party. Both parties are going to go away, I believe, in the near future, and there'll be some kind of new system that's going to be built. That's happening very quickly. Everything is happening very quickly, as we're going to see moving forward. So let's jump into some of this and see where this is going. We're going to see, like I've been talking about, we're going to see a lot of problems with the Democrat Party, and wow, I'm seeing that all of the stuff that I saved for this show is gone now. I had a lineup of videos, and as soon as I went live, it's all gone. Every single thing. It's insane. What the heck? All right. So, wow. My whole show. And I did that show yesterday, and YouTube is still playing games with it. It's not, it's saying it's still loading. So there's definitely some, some pushback on this. And I had super incredible lineup tonight that I was going to share. So very, very frustrating that all of that is gone now. That's insane. What the absolute hell? Wow. So, all of us are like, they come in and raid our stuff. This is like, I think the 8th computer that I've had. They come in and, hammer us on our stuff, sabotage us every chance they get. So I'm just going to have to talk about it, guys. Unfortunately, I had, like I said, had incredible amounts of information that I was going to share, and unbelievable, it's all gone. So I'll try and go into my history and see if I can pull some of it back up. But in the meantime, boom, there it goes. All right, so I've got it now. So at least some of it. Zuram Mandami, yep. So there was one that I had with Megyn Kelly that I'm going to try and pull back up and see if that will come up. Nope. So I go into my history. So anyway, Megyn Kelly came out with a really nice, breakdown of it. I had it all lined up to share that one. So I'll go into my history and try and pull it back up. All right, here it is. All right. Unfortunately, I was going to have to go back a little bit. Let me see if I can find the right spot. Yeah. Wow, craziness. So Megyn Kelly, she's doing a good job. She came out and just hammered this. I think it was really fantastic. So I'm gonna share this and try and salvage while this is playing a little bit. I'll try and salvage some of the other stuff that seems to have disappeared.
Incident last June that was very similar to what happened yesterday. Well, we now have the video of that incident, and
so this is from the particular ICE agent that was did the shooting in Minneapolis or Minnesota. And so she's going to show, they have a video of where he was drugged by this illegal alien. She's going to go into a little bit of detail of it.
Confirmed with the government that this is the relevant video that Kristi Noem was referencing. This is video of the incident she was referencing involving this same officer. He was dragged during an ICE arrest just this past June and got seriously injured. This same guy, this poor ICE agent. Per the Department of Justice, on June 17th, 2025, law enforcement officers attempted to arrest Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala. By the way, this is what ICE officers are trying to do. This is the terrible work that these lunatics are out there protesting against. They'd rather have Mr. Guatemala have access to their children, I guess. Because this agent that they're now...
So if you heard my show yesterday, I tried to keep it cool, but you can see Megyn Kelly's getting pretty worked up too. So I think this is the way a lot of us are. We're pretty pissed off about this. The Democrat Party is really pushing this narrative because they're near collapse on many different levels. All their fraud is being exposed across the country. Hopefully they'll be able to pull up a lot of that. Going all the way from one coast to the other. In Maine, they're exposing how they use funds just like they did in Minnesota to fund al-Shabaab in Somalia and other corruption. So that's being exposed in Maine and all the way over into the other corner of the United States. In Washington, we have one of the representatives that is virtually screaming of white race problems. All right, so this is what Mamdani is doing in New York. They're trying to go against white people. They want to seize white people's property, and the Trump administration is basically saying, yeah, you do that and you're going to get hammered by us. So there's a lot of problems that are happening with the Democrat Party. They're getting extremely desperate. We need to stay on top of this, expose it everywhere it happens. Now, they're also looking at California. They put California on notice that they think there's more fraud, way more fraud in California. They're going there to expose it. They're going to have to say, like I said, they were going to do that. I say they have $1 trillion worth of fraud in California, in New York. There's going to be probably a little race, a little competition to see which state has the most fraud. Who's going to get that award? I say California, but New York is going to be a close second, in my opinion. And then, of course, Illinois. So we're going to see a lot of this fraud, which is basically endemic to the Democrat Party, and it's being exposed on a massive level.
Along with his fellow ICE agents. The guy was uncooperative. He refused to follow instructions. After warning him several times, an agent, who is the same agent involved in yesterday's shooting, broke the back window of the suspect's car so that he could open the vehicle from the inside. The man then accelerated his car. You can see it's the same agent. The guy had a mask on yesterday, but same hair. As he sped away, the agent's arm became trapped between the seat and the car frame. You can't see the agent in this video we're showing, but we are showing the car rushing away from the scene. The agent is on the driver's side toward the back, so you cannot see him being dragged, but he's being dragged, and that's undisputed, for more than 100 yards. While the maniac driving the car is weaving back and forth in an attempt to shake him from the car, completely immune to the thought of running over him or what other damage he was causing. The agent was eventually jarred free from the car, but suffered significant injuries to his arms and hands. Look at this. If you're only listening to this, you've got to go and check out our YouTube at 3 minutes after the hour. His arm looks mutilated, where you can't see his head, but you can see his arms and his legs. And that arm clearly shows the damage of what he had just been through. Okay, this is incredibly relevant to what this guy's perception of the danger was. Now, we'll get into the legal standard, which is more of whether it was objectively reasonable for him to think this woman was going to run over him. But that incident will play into whether it was objectively reasonable. Other ICE agents and other cops have been watching this happen time after time. It's happened over 100 times that ICE agents have been charged, rammed, or dragged by so-called watchers. They're calling her like an observer. Like we just have eyes on the cop. You were much more than an observer, madam. These guys are put. So
this term, observer, independent observer, I think that's that's the term they're using. You're hearing it from the mainstream media. They have they all get the talking point. So this is all of the Democrat political, mouthpieces that are out there right now are basically saying independent observer. So they're all using the same term, just like they've done over and over again when they're trying to push a narrative. All right. So that the narrative talking points go out to everybody, and then they come out and start to talk this narrative. So same talking point, independent observer, right? As if, she's just somebody out there and they shot her, right? Complete bullshit. And anyone that watches this that thinks otherwise is a liar.
Their lives on the line every day to arrest people like Mr. Guatemala, who is molesting kids. That's what they're doing there. That's what Mayor Jacob Fry appears to object to, not to mention Governor Tim Walz. What a shock. Okay. Now, we're going to walk you through the key videos from yesterday showing what happened in detail. That video we brought to you yesterday at the end of our show was ultimately the video that President Trump tweeted out as well. It is critical. So many of the people who jumped down the throats of these cops didn't see it or ignored it because it was inconvenient to show her actually accelerating into the cop who shot her. But it's all there on tape. We'll begin with the moments leading up to the shooting. Currently, there are no videos we've seen showing what happened leading up to the incident. But there is a witness account that 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, she's the one who was shot, Renee Good, was blocking traffic, hoping to impede ICE investigations. That's what she was doing there. All right. Her wife has admitted it. Democrats are calling her, as I pointed out, a quote, legal observer. Wrong. What's been reported so far about her background makes clear she was there to agitate, and her actual job had nothing to do with the law. She was a poet.
I woke up to some commotion. I heard some whistles going on out front, so I came downstairs to see what was going on. Wasn't even dressed. And there was a car, the Honda Pilot that's crashed over there now. There was a car blocking the 2 lanes of Portland traffic. And the ICE agents got out and they were saying, get out of here, get out of here. She was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her. But she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah, that was her goal.
This is a sympathetic witness to her. The clip goes on. She's very angry at ICE. If anything, this woman had a reason to lie to make the woman driving the car, Renee Good, sound better. But there she is on camera saying, very clearly that this woman who was ultimately shot was leading the protests and impeding the traffic across this Portland Avenue, that she was parked perpendicular to the traffic. Now that'll get you arrested pretty much 10 times out of 10. So this is not a fan of ICE, and clearly her eyewitness testimonial is not favorable to Ms. Good. In this still image, you see a federal agent who we believe is the agent who eventually fires at Ms. Good. The agent is being followed closely by a female protester. She has identified herself as Renee Good's wife. She has her phone up, likely recording him. The agent also has a phone in his hand, likely recording her. Did the agent have a negative interaction with these women that caused him to begin recording too? We don't know yet. But clearly something was going on before, and it wasn't needlepoint. We have not yet seen the actual video that was on the cop's phone. But here's video we do have of that moment and what happened afterward. Again, they both appear to be recording each other's actions. You see a gray truck pull up. We talked about that yesterday. 2 federal agents step out. The driver of the maroon SUV, Ms. Good, says, "What's going on?" The officers quickly walk up and tell Ms. Good to get out of the car and then to, quote, get out of the fucking car. Things are escalating. Good's window is down. She's looking directly at them. There is no way she did not hear the commands to get out of her car, repeated commands. She then puts her car into reverse. And here is the part of the video with sound of the agents making the commands and her beginning to reverse. No! We believe that's her wife yelling no and recording. Right as Good reverses her car, you're about to see the agent who fired the shot move in front of the vehicle near the driver's side headlight. It's video. There's one guy on the side who's blocking the agent at issue, but you can see that there is an agent in front of her. There's one guy on.
All right. So this is where I'll narrate a little bit. So you're going to see him basically walk in front of the car, obviously getting eyes on her, getting her attention. He's right in front of the car. There's no way that she can't see him. Even if she's looking at the other guy, she has to eventually, when she puts it in reverse, I don't know, maybe she doesn't even look going in reverse. And then when she starts to go forward, most people are going to look forward. And so she looked at this guy. He made eye contact with her, I believe. And then she decided to accelerate into him. And this is what caused him to have to pull his weapon, as you're going to see, and shoot her. Now, he's shooting her to stop her nerve action. his life is in danger because he's already been through this. He knows what happens. And other ICE agents have had the same situation. Like you're making Kelly say, over 100 ICE agents have had cars have accelerated towards them and maybe have hit them or have been drugged by vehicles like this gentleman was in a previous incident. So it is necessary to use force to stop someone. Now I saw, and after I did that video, somebody said, well, maybe he could have shot her tires. All right, so shooting her tires after she goes by, so he gets potentially run over to begin with. So he's trying to stop her nerve action. So you guys understand that, I hope. When the bullet goes through your ocular cavity or through the nose area and goes into the brainstem, it stops all nerve activity completely. Done, right? Forever in most cases, right? Almost 99.9999% of the time. Once a bullet hits the nerve bundle in the brainstem, you're done, right? So that obviously happened, right? So that doesn't mean if I'm swinging a bat at you and you shoot me between the eyes and it stops my nerve activity, that the bat is not going to continue to come forward, right? And maybe smack you. So that's what happened with him. He hit her and the car kept going forward, of course. So, but at least it didn't, she didn't have the ability to turn the wheel into him even more and run him over. So this is a justified shooting, guys. All right, so he's trying to open the door. He's telling her, fucking open the door. Fucking get out.
It's video.
And here's the other ICE agent in front. Now you're going to see her accelerate into him, and he's going to pull this gun incredibly, because you can tell after this that he's limping away. So it could be from his prior injury, because he gets pushed. In another video, you can see that he puts his hand on the car and he gets pushed. Fortunately, he knew how to like maintain his balance and get pushed back and get out of the way. All right, so here you can see she's turning the wheel. Watch this wheel. She's turning it into him. She is, and he's drawing his weapon, right? So she is purposefully accelerating to hit him.
There's one guy on.
All right, so he's drawing his gun. Nice job. He's obviously has some good range time. I would have done the same thing, guys. I would absolutely have done the same thing if I was in his position. And he does a quick, I would have had a double tap, right? Maybe even a triple tap. But he does a single shot that I can tell it goes right through the windshield, and that you can see that shot through the windshield, and you can see where she was obviously dead, right? And the car ran into some parked vehicles, and her airbag
Side who's blocking the agent at issue, but you can see that there is an agent in front of her car.
All right, so watch him.
It's right
I don't
there,
know if he gets
black
it here,
and white.
but he's
at first you only see the agent at the driver's side door, and his body is kind of blocking the shooting
he's walking
cop.
it off.
He's fighting to get the car door open as Good goes into reverse. The agent who fired the shots moves into the frame in front of the SUV. Good is still reversing backward. She immediately puts it in drive and starts accelerating forward toward the cop. There was zero hesitation between Good reversing the vehicle and putting it into drive and clearly pressing the gas.
And now he's limping.
By the way, this cop clearly would have heard the car begin to accelerate.
Check it
About
out.
2 seconds passes between the
All right.
tires moving forward
So
and the gunfire. The same
That's-
agent then fires.
that's pretty much, it's very easy to see that was a justified shooting, right? There's other angles where you can see. There's one where it shows him, where he puts his left hand on the vehicle and is being pushed far back, and that's what pushed on his leg, and that's why he was limping there. But unbelievable, good for him. He was able to, as the car is pushing him, draw his weapon and shoot. Bravo, right? It's a good kill, guys. Right? Anyone that says anything other than that, and there's going to be a lot of press, because the press is compromised and the press is part of this evil system that's trying to destroy America, right? So, not picking on Democrats, it's Americans. We're Americans, right? But the Democrat Party, for the most part, is pushing a very, very, very ugly agenda in America, right? There's corruption on the Republican side. There's, child trafficking and pedophilia that's happening on the Republican side. It is pervasive throughout the political system, right? So it's Karen karma, right? So yeah. So the problem with this is that she is part of a Democrat machine that's consciously compromising people's minds and turning them into radical leftists and police. Now, some of the police, and of course, I think it's Jason Fry or whoever the mayor is of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think that's a city. He is a bad boy, and so is Tim Walz. Both of them were there during the George Floyd riots, right? Which were horrific for Minnesota, and now they want to do the same thing. So last night there were, radical loonies that were out there trying to cause problems. Who knows what's going to happen tonight? So I say that the ICE officers and federal officers really need to descend on Minneapolis, because the police department is basically on the side of these radical lunatics, right? They're allowing this to happen. Now, I don't know what the full public feeling is. I see people make comments, but I'm obviously, and many other people that I've watched are, conservative. We don't believe in this. We believe that illegal criminals should be removed and maybe stand trial and go to jail, and after that, go back to their home countries, one-way ticket. But there are some radical lunatics that think that, child rapists and people that are stealing the money of Minnesotans, that's perfectly okay. Now, I think the average Minnesotan is not so supportive of that, and I think that that's going to be hopefully a big pushback, because this is something that's still continuing all the way back to George Floyd. So we're looking at 5 going on 6 years now that Minnesotans have allowed this radical lunacy to infect their state, right? So I don't know. Do Minnesotans want this? It's America. So if that's what you want, you're going to have to face the Justice Department. So it sounds like now we're going to have basically the Justice Department come in and start to turn things around. Now, I watched J.D. Vance today on Fox News. He basically had a really good news conference where he basically walked through just what I talked about yesterday, soon after the event, and now he's saying the same thing. These radicals are, it's sad to this woman, but she was very, very possibly radicalized by the Democrat Party to do this type of stuff, and maybe even paid. So another thing that I'm seeing pushed out there right now is for anyone that is receiving benefits. That's how they can, go out and, riot and cause these problems. But anyone that's, arrested that is on benefits, they get them cut off. And I think that's highly justified. So that's how they're able to go in and do these things because they're free, because Minnesotans, or maybe like I guess this woman was actually from Colorado. So I know they bust these people in from all over the country and pay them to go to some of these places where they want them to have these demonstrations and riots and so forth. So maybe she was supported. Now, there is evidence that a Chinese billionaire is funding some of this to the tune of $10 million, just like George Soros, who's also not an American, funding a lot of this criminality from these radical leftists. So I think that these people, I think that's coming, are going to be held accountable for funding these riots that are trying to destroy America. So that's what they're starting to look at. They're starting to, okay, blah, 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 blah. Oh, there's one person here that's not, funded, right? Maybe a few other ones that are just, totally brainwashed through the educational system or whatever, that have come in to, do this craziness. So we need to really start to look at that. And that's what the Justice Department is starting to zero in on. So J.D. Vance, like I said today, basically speaking out. Let's look at a little bit of this. It's an article. If you can, watch if you can watch the whole thing. I think the whole thing, he answered questions. He did a really good job of answering questions. Very presidential, in my opinion. So J.D. Vance announces new Assistant Attorney General Pam Bondi, all right, not getting anything done. So it looks like they're going to go around her and maybe even replace her because she's not getting things done. So, or maybe she is, I don't know, and they just need to give her more support. So regardless, within the next few days, they're saying that they're going to have an Assistant Attorney General appointment. He's saying that was imminent, noting the nominee could be named within days to address federal fraud claims swiftly. All right. So whoever this is going to be completely focused on this. Of course, this is going to, go, like I said, to all of these different states, guys. Look at that face, that doggy face. So we're going to see this, continue into California, like I said, and Illinois. And of course, there's going to be massive pushback, probably riots that are going to try and stop this from moving forward. We know that's coming. I've talked about it for years. This could be the kickoff for it, and the reason that they're going to use and make this woman, just like they did George Floyd, who that was a complete setup, guys. I talked about this. I had experts come on and talk about it that went in depth. I called it out the day of that George Floyd death was complete bullshit, right? So I don't know, maybe the guy or whoever that actor was, he was a legitimate actor for porn films, I guess. But he, his knee on his neck, because he was leaning his knee on his neck on the behind where the muscles are. So you have anyone lay on the floor and have someone lean on the back of your neck. It's going to do nothing. Now have them come around and lean on the front of your neck. Yes, you're going to start to be able, you're not going to be able to breathe, right? And you're going to submit very quickly. But on the back of the neck, you can, it's like a massage to me. You put your knee in the back of my neck. I'm like, that's cool. Yeah. Let me roll over and do the other side. Right. But in the front, yeah, you're going to collapse the esophagus and it's going to be very painful and very compliant. Right. Because I have done that to make people compliant in very crazy situations. On the back of the neck, maybe you control somebody to a certain extent, but if they're struggling, they're going to get out. Right. It's not going to do anything. And you see, go look at them again. I've shown that so many damn times and talked about that. I talked about how it was basically, I think, a bunch of actors, all of them, right? Even the crowd. And I get so much flack for that, but I stand by it. I'll point that out. And a lot of people supported me in that over the years once they started to see. So they used that to basically cause these riots because they knew that President Trump was in the process of being elected again. They could not have him elected again, although he was, right? So we know they came in and even with all of that bullshit that was going on, he still got elected, right? And that's more stuff that's coming out as we move forward. So Vance said, the appointment Vance said could come in the next few days and represents a direct response to claims that millions of taxpayer dollars were diverted. Of course, millions. We're going into the trillions, guys. Absolutely, no question about it. Trillions of taxpayer dollars were diverted through fraudulent billing and false claims tied to federally funded child care and nutrition programs across the country and lots more, right? Now, I've had guests on that have talked about the mortgage fraud. That's going to be more and more exposed. So that's coming. Hopefully we'll be able to talk about more of that in the future. But a lot of this stuff has already been exposed, right? And now we're going to get down to the nitty gritty and see who's involved and see how much they were involved, like the governor and so many top people within all these different governments, right? And throughout America. So it's going to continue to, come back and bite these guys and really take them down. So I've been able to pull up some of the stuff that I was that seemed to have like just disappeared while we're talking and also while videos are playing. So I'll bring some of the stuff up. It's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit off from the way I wanted to present it, but it's all going to get out there. So here we go. Let's look at Mamdani. All right, so Zohran Mamdani faces backlash as bus fares rise in New York City. So a little bit out of line what I wanted to bring up first, but so New York City mayor, because remember he promised that there was going to be free bus fares, and now the bus fares have actually increased by 10 cents, but it is not free. It actually went up. Now this fare increase had already been on the books all the way back to September 30th. Now they asked Mamdani, how are you going to fund this? And he said he's going to tax the rich like the communists do, right? And he said all the millionaires in New York, he's going to tax them 6% from the point where they make $1 million. Oh, you didn't do the math, did you? All right. So if a New Yorker is making $1 million, the new 6% tax is on $1,000,001. So if he makes $1,001,001, he only gets 6 cents taxed, right? You thought there was going to be all of that million, didn't you, little knucklehead boy communist who doesn't do math very well? So that is not working out. It's not going to work out, economically. So I think a lot of the New Yorkers are going to start to see they get scammed. And I don't think a lot of them are going to be very happy with that. All right. So like I said, I have to bounce around because I just pulled this stuff up as I had to go back into my history and pull it out. So I didn't have time to line it up. But it'll all come together, right? It'll all make sense. All right. So this is Representative Emily Randall, who is in Washington State. So she's saying she knows who Congress should really target for fraud, and it's not Somalis, it's white people, right? It's white people. One of the reasons Democrats in Minnesota didn't dig into the fraud was that they didn't want to appear racist. And now Democrat Representative Emily Randall of Washington State wants us to ignore the fraud and is setting her sights on the truly problematic people, American citizens, and the less favorite new boogeyman and scapegoat, white men like me, right? So we're going to go into that. All right. So this is problematic because the crime is, not white men. If you take the demographic, yeah, there's a lot of white men. But if you take the number of people from each race that are actually committing the crimes, and you have to look at, unfortunately, the African-American race, right? So according to the FBI, we're African-American, higher than any other demographic. So, and while they make up 13% of the population, so Randall said this during yesterday's oversight of fraud and misuse of federal funds of Minnesota Part 1, that what Randall asked, she then answers 57%, right? So she's fudging the numbers like a lot of these Democrats like to do. So we go into depth and we look at all of this and we start to see, that the Democrats are the party of lies and deceit and fraud and trying to stir the population up to another civil war. All right. It's not working so well for them. All right. So let's go into another one. Let me see if I can get this situated to the point where I want it. All right, yeah. So this is Tyson de la Cruz. He is in Maine. So here we have Washington, and now we're over in Maine. So Maine has a problem with Somalis too, right? And I promise you, whoever screams the loudest, like that Washington, Congresswoman, that's where we need to look. That's where we need to go look and take a close look at, where the fraud is. Okay. Why are you screaming so loud? The one that screams the loudest. You know how that works, right? So here's another one on the other side. Every corner of the United States, guys, is going to have this fraud. And here's Tyson de la Cruz blowing it up. Independent journalists, we're cranking on these Democrats and these Republicans, these rhinos, and just all of them that have committed this crime, all these crimes.
What is up, guys? Tyson de la Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. We're not talking about Medicaid fraud anymore. We're talking about American taxpayers potentially funding foreign military operations while Democrats look the other way for years. Let me introduce you to Abdul Ali, a man living two completely different lives. In Maine, he's Gateway Community Services, a quote-unquote healthcare provider serving immigrants and refugees, but he's openly fundraising to arm the Jubaland Somalia army with weapons, bullets, and military supplies. We go into full details of the whistleblower exposing this just a couple weeks ago from Community Gateway Services. If you want to check out that video, it'll be somewhere in the link above or in the description down below.
Gateway was involved in, there was a mass shooting in Lewiston last year, and they raised I believe it was $6 billion, and most of it.
All right. So I told you guys, don't give to these charities unless you absolutely know the people that are involved. All right. So $6 million went to these charities. Now, another charity that a lot of people gave money to was that one guy that did the Bondi, where we had the Bondi shooting, Bondi Beach in Australia, and the guy that reportedly went and grabbed the weapon from the guy that was a shooter, and he got $1 million. Big fat lie, right? But he got $1 million, over $1 million, because a lot of ignorant people gave to him. Same thing here. A lot of people gave to this charity, and this charity is completely corrupt.
To Gateway instead of to the victims.
So while Maine families donated millions of dollars thinking they were helping victims of the Lewiston mass shooting, Gateway was siphoning that money away from the survivors who needed therapy and medical bills paid. And that, my friends, is just the tip of the iceberg. Here's what's absolutely insane. Gateway received over, get this, $28 million from Maine's Medicare program between 2019 and 2024. 3 separate audits found they were billing for services that they actually never provided. Billing for services Medicaid doesn't even cover.
They never provided tens and tens of millions of dollars in Maine. The people of Maine tax higher than most people throughout the United States, having their tax dollars stolen. All right. Hello. Come on. We have to get these Democrats out, all the way up to the governor of Maine and everybody else, all involved, guys, just like in Minnesota, right? Minneapolis, right? So you're having the same problems throughout the United States.
And creating fake interpreter claims that surged 283%, while refugee numbers actually declined.
We have already audited you twice, already penalized you, already educated you, and the same problems continue.
Translation, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they didn't care because they had political protection. Now, here's where this goes from fraud to full-blown corruption. Meet Representative Diak Dalak, I probably butchered that name, one of Maine's first Somalian American lawmakers. Sounds pretty impressive, right? Except she used to work as an assistant executive director for Gateway Community Services, LLC, the exact entity under investigation.
So just like Tim Kaine or Tim Walz would have gone all the way to the vice presidency and brought all the corruption, all the fraud knowledge that he has, that he's gained in his home state. He would have brought that to the vice presidency of the United States. So it could have gone all throughout the states, even another level higher, right? So you're seeing the same type of corruption happening in Maine.
For fraudulent billing. And where does she sit now? On the Legislators' Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, the committee that oversees Medicaid spending. The person who was supposed to be preventing Medicaid fraud used to work for a company committing the fraud and potentially funding foreign militaries.
But she sits on a number of boards in the Somali and Lewiston community that oversees hundreds of millions of dollars. The House Oversight Committee, Comey has said her name in a specific document about people who need to be investigated. So she needs to come off of this committee. She can continue to serve, but she shouldn't oversee the taxpayer funds of this state at this time.
Republicans are demanding that she be removed from the Appropriations Committee, and Democrats are calling these demands, you guessed it, guys, racist and reckless. If all else fails, just go to racism, bigotry, and recklessness.
This is an insult to the working people of Maine who punch the time card, who get up in the morning, who go to work every day, pay some of the highest taxes in the nation.
This is the beautiful iron.
So I just recently went to Maine. I was in a LifeWave event where I was speaking at, and beautiful state. I've always wanted to go to Maine, but I talked to the people there. They are incredibly taxed, unbelievably taxed. But they have some of the best lobster anywhere, so that's okay. Right? So it's a shame. It's a shame this is happening, guys. And the beautiful people of Maine. While I was there, I was at the airport getting ready to fly out, and a lot of Mainlanders, or Mainers, or however you call yourself in Maine, Mainers, were there at the airport to receive Vietnam veterans, disabled Vietnam veterans. Huge turnout, very nice. All right, so very supportive of the military veterans, but they are taxed unbelievably. Anything you buy there. When I was at the hotel, huge tax. When I went out to eat, huge tax. So it is a tax state.
Of Democrat governance. They lecture you about equality and compassion while literally stealing from working class Americans. Maine has some of the highest taxes and electrical rates in the nation, and hardworking people are finding out that their money was buying bullets for Somalia instead of health care for their neighbors. This wasn't some sophisticated fraud scheme that fooled everyone. State auditors identify suspicious patterns 5 years ago. The Department of Health and Human Services conducted 3 separate audits.
So same thing in Minnesota. They have been trying to call this out for 5 years. So 5 years, same thing in Maine. But they get stonewalled by the Democrats. And you can't vote the Democrats out because they steal the elections.
Over $2 million in fraudulent billing. And Democrats did, you guessed it, again, absolutely nothing until the Minnesota Medicaid fraud scandal made nationwide news, and they couldn't ignore this anymore.
In recent weeks, we've seen massive welfare fraud scandal break out in Minnesota, and the fraud here in Maine has disturbing similarities to that in Minnesota. 7 months later, we are finally seeing some action with the suspension of funding to Gateway.
Governor Janet Mills, complete radio silence. House Speaker, absolutely nothing. Senate President, crickets. Attorney General, nowhere to be found. They protected this operation.
All right. So, the same thing, fraud is widespread, right? It's being exposed, and everybody is crickets. No one's coming out and saying, oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Of course, that would be a big fat lie because, this has been going on for 5 years being exposed, and they haven't got down to the bottom of this. So I see that I'm getting jammed in my broadcast. So I'm going to flip over to, another, I'm not going to say which because maybe I'll go, jammed as well. So I'm going to switch over to another internet service provider. And so you're going to see me go blank just for a second, but we shouldn't have any interruptions going forward, hopefully. All right. Hopefully it was worth the wait. All right. So this, it's a tough business to be in, bringing out the truth, isn't it? It's very frustrating sometimes. All right. So, we've seen a lot of the corruption. We've seen a lot of it exposed. Right now, we're seeing super flu. My buddy David Nino Rodriguez has been sick for 10 days. Of course, he's not on LifeWave. So your boy Michael is. Your boy Michael uses glutathione. Super flu surges in 45 states, and doctor visits reach a 30-year high. One of the keys to avoiding hospitalization. So we have to look for the things that are going to make a difference. So glutathione, if you sign up for a LifeWave account during the next
over $2 million in fraudulent billing. And Democrats did, you guessed it, again, absolutely nothing until the Minnesota Medicaid fraud scandal made nationwide news, and they couldn't ignore this anymore.
In recent weeks, we've seen massive welfare fraud scandal break out in Minnesota, and the fraud here in Maine has disturbing similarities to that in Minnesota. 7 months later, we are finally seeing some action with the suspension of funding to Gateway.
Governor Janet Mills, complete radio silence. House Speaker, absolutely nothing. Senate President, crickets. Attorney General, nowhere to be found. They protected this operation.
All right. So, the same thing, fraud is widespread, right? It's being exposed, and everybody is crickets. No one's coming out and saying, oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Of course, that would be a big fat lie because, this has been going on for 5 years being exposed, and they haven't got down to the bottom of this. So I see that I'm getting jammed in my broadcast. So I'm going to flip over to, another, I'm not going to say which because maybe I'll go, jammed as well. So I'm going to switch over to another internet service provider. And so you're going to see me go blank just for a second, but we shouldn't have any interruptions going forward, hopefully. Private property and blasted home ownership as a weapon of white supremacy. So they're going to go out and seize white people's homes, right? And I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I think all the races are going, well, if they pick on the white people, they're probably going to pick on us eventually. Of course they will. It's crazy. It's crazy what they're doing. It's unbelievable. So the Department of Justice notified New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani that anti-white discrimination would not be tolerated, right? Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmit Dillon announced Tuesday that she was putting New York officials on notice about attempts to racially discriminate or deprive citizens of their rights. Now, I don't know, maybe there's people in New York City that think that's fully justified. I'm not sure. I don't know. What do you guys think? Throw it in the chat. Let's see. You guys think that it's okay for them to seize white people's property, right? So, because they're discriminating against non-whites by having property. That sounds legit, right? So they're going to seize it because that's what communists do. So yeah, absolutely not. No. And exactly. And who put in Mamdani? Yes, I don't know. Yeah, what people voted him in. So the young folk, I guess, and the people that are probably not from New York that were allowed to vote. And the people that have been New Yorkers for their whole lives, grew up in New York, they're probably like going, what? We didn't even vote for this guy. How's he even talking this bullshit? So yeah, a lot of you are like, no, 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 and no, no. Right? So but I guess that's what New Yorkers wanted. They're finding out, right? F around and find out. So they're finding out. How long will Mamdani be there? Will the Trump administration be able to save New Yorkers from themselves? I don't know. And should New Yorkers be saved from themselves for having done stupid? I think so. I think we should help New Yorkers. Maybe they'll start to listen to us. This is like, and stay in the love vibrations, right? You stay in the love vibrations, and a lot of times you're not going to do stupid, right? You're not going to get hoodwinked by the evil side, right? So if you get all angry and frustrated because the Democrat Party is, pushing in that direction, they control you. That you're giving them power by being in that state of consciousness. So don't go there. All right. It's very easy. It's very simple. Stay in the love vibration. And when you hear stupid people say stupid things, you're like, that's stupid. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know if that's a New Yorker way they would say it, but sounds cool. All right. Right. Trump prepares to bomb Iran. All right. It's if it doesn't happen tonight, probably going to happen tomorrow night. All right. So, and not just Iran, just generally, the IRGC, which is basically the Iranian, Islamist, and the Iranian people have pretty much gotten their country back, but they're starting to be shot up. And Trump has already said, then we're coming in. So this is a great opportunity to take down evil in the world, guys. And this is fabulous. It's happening around the world. It just happened in Ukraine, Venezuela, not Ukraine yet, but Russians are taking care of that. But Russians, you're getting a little out of control out there, Russia, trying to get some free fuel from Venezuela, like China, all right, or very, very low cost. I don't know what you guys are doing, but you're gonna have to stay in your lane. And we just, I guess, seized a Russian ship. I think we've seized a couple, maybe one or two of them. But there was one that was doing some fishy stuff down in Venezuela, and then they sailed away, and they were followed, and the U.S. seized them. Now, Juan O'Savin talked about how there was a Chinese ship that was shipping some high-tech machinery to, I think it might have been sent it to Iran so that they could use it for missiles, right? And Navy SEALs, hello, Navy SEALs, Delta, we got them all out there, and they're kicking some butt. So Navy SEALs basically boarded this ship and melted down the technology that I guess is worth millions of dollars, but they melted it into a big metal clump and then left. And it's that's the way it's done, right? You don't have to seize a ship. We just destroy the problem. And if you don't resist or get in the way, then there's no problems with you, right? So, but if you come in and you try and do stupid, you F around, you're going to find out, right? So Trump prepares to bomb Iran. Strike package on alert. In the United States, the only time this has ever happened was, during 9/11, where they completely shut down air traffic. They did that in Greece just recently, right? And seems to be a lot of military cargo moving around that area. And I think we're going to see probably some incursions, possibly by the military, into Iran. Now, a lot of you guys out there, like myself, over the years, have bought the Iraqi dinar. You know where I'm going with this? So who's been under the thumb? Everybody thought it was the United States. It's Iran has had Iraq under their thumb, and that's why the Iraqi dinar hasn't gone 4-1. Right? So if you have millions of Iraqi dinar, like I do, oof. So if you don't have any, you better go out and get some. So I think it's going to be soon, guys. Maybe not tomorrow, but sometime within the next few weeks or months or whatever. Those Iraqi dinar are going to go big, right? All right. So this has happened before in the past, and I think it's going to happen soon. So these are another reasons why you should be very excited about the windfall that's coming from President Trump going around the world and knocking hell out of them. All right, that's what he says. We're going to knock hell out of Iraq or Iran if they start to hammer their people. We're going to knock hell out of them. I like it. I like it. So let's see what he says.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great. Now let's get into it. As people who've been following the channel know, we are witnessing an unprecedented situation in Iran. Iran has had protests over the years. No question about that whatsoever. But we are witnessing something that, quite frankly, I have not seen before. And that is the regime possibly being on its last leg. The regime, the Islamic regime, possibly fighting down to the final seconds. Why is this critically important? Support for the regime has dried up. Russia is unable to come to their aid other than shipping them weapons. We know at least 5 Russian transport planes did enter Iran in recent days carrying some unknown cargo. Syria, another ally of Iran, already fell. There are no other allies for Iran in the region. It's unlikely, or certainly appears so far unlikely, that China is going to come rushing to Iran's aid. So we have a situation that is unfolding in front of our very eyes where Iran is more isolated than they've ever been, and they're more military weak than they've ever been after Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuke program, taking out Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Fordo and Natanz hit with 30,000-pound bunker busters. Isfahan hit with a bunch of cruise missiles. Keep the cruise missiles in mind because we are going to get into that shortly. So we are...
All right. Will cruise missiles be used again? Very likely, right? Very likely. So I think they're going to be taken down within the next few weeks or less. And we'll see the Pahlavi and his wife come back to Iran. So the crown prince will soon be the king of Iran again. And the people are loving it. The people are calling for it. And they're kicking out their Islamist controllers. So here is Goldie Gamari. She's another person that's basically disclosing on this. Let me see where I've got this at. I did have it loaded perfectly. Dang it. I think this is about it. So we'll give it a go here.
Get that on CNN. You're not going to get that on, like, I don't know, like all the leftist mainstream media, whatever. You're not going to get that there. But that is the truth, okay? And this is why I'm so grateful that all of you are here, because I hope that since went out and they started protesting. However, this is the important context that the mainstream media and non-Iranians won't give you. And I include like communists, Islamists, and progressives, right? So the important context that these people won't give you is that even though the collapse of the real is what sparked the protests, right? Within 2 hours, the protests went from complaining about the real to overthrowing the Islamic Republic. But more than that, it wasn't just about overthrowing the Islamic Republic. It was about Iranian people saying that not only do we not want the Islamic Republic, we want our Shah to return, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. We want him to return Iran, and we want him to lead the transitional government that's going to transition Iran from a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democratic society. Okay, so that's really important. That's the context. You're not going to get that on CNN. You're not going to get that on, like, I don't know, like all the leftist mainstream media, whatever. You're not going to get that there. But
so yeah, you're not going to get that because they promoted this. They promote the Islamists, guys. We have to get rid of the Islamists here in America and around the world. This is what the Iranians are doing, and they're doing an exceptional job, and we're going to back them up and help them finish that job and take it to its conclusion. And then it's going to spread around the world. So this is a lot of people haven't been seeing this because, again, the mainstream media and the crooked NATO countries have all benefited from this illicit regime. Now, one of the things that we're going to do is use this now collapsing illicit regime and their nuclear capabilities to control the world with that. All right. So President Trump went in and basically took that capability away. So now that regime is about to collapse, and we're going to continue to see this type of collapse. And we've been seeing this type of collapse happening all over the world in lots of different countries already. So now Iran, the extremely corrupt regime there, the people for decades. I can tell you before we even went into Afghanistan, I talked to an Iranian woman that was her son was dating a friend of mine, or her son's daughter, whatever. Anyway, was dating a friend of mine, and so I was talking to this woman, and she was like, "You don't need to go to Afghanistan. You don't need to go to Iraq. You take out the problem in Iran, and all the others will collapse." And by God, everywhere that I went for over a decade after I talked to this woman, Iran was fomenting all the violence and so forth. In every country I went to, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Yemen, all of them, guys. So now we're going to take that away. And now we're going to have peace in that region and fair trade, and everybody's going to be peaceful, wealthy, and happy. It's incredible, because these regimes, just like here in the United States with the Democrat Party, they steal our wealth for themselves. All right. We work ourselves to the bone while they're stealing our wealth. This is going to stop, and we're going to become around the world. We're going to become it's peaceful. There won't be any more of these wars, and everyone's going to be successful. There will be a level of prosperity that will be unbelievable around the world coming soon. So this is what we're seeing. It's a fantastic time. But like she said, and I've been saying, you're not going to see this in the press, because the press is controlled by them, right? So as they collapse, and these different press control systems eventually collapse, because they're not being funded like they used to, because we're drying up their income, right? That was coming across the borders, and from all these different countries. They're stealing the oil from Venezuela. It's going to China and Russia, who already has tons of oil. What the hell they need the oil for? Because they're getting it for cheap. Cuba also was getting oil from Venezuela at the expense of the Venezuelan people, who basically have gone into a communist system there, unfortunately. And most successful Venezuelans have left the country. Most successful Cubans have left their country for decades now, of course. And once those countries are turned around, same thing in Canada, all right? Once all these countries are turned around, then people will go back to those countries, and they'll become prosperous and peaceful. It's going to be amazing, right? It's very simple. It's very simple. You just have to find the source of all the corruption, pretty much the political system here in the United States, and remove that, expose it, arrest the people that are involved, so they can never have any activity or come back and do these illicit things again. So they need to, some of them I think will probably be executed. Some of them will stand trial and go to jail, Gitmo, and wherever they're going around the world, and bases where they'll stay for a very long time, probably for the rest of their lives, hopefully, so they never have the opportunity to come back and do their bullshit again, right? So this is coming. So the rest are very, very close. As you heard, J.D. Vance is talking about, somebody coming in that's going to be involved in, probably very fast prosecutions, I believe. Pam Bondi seems to have somewhat been controlled by the media. I'm not even going to touch Dan Bongino. I touched Dan Bongino years ago, and got a lot of flack from that. even got flack from Rumble because Dan Bongino owns a piece of Rumble. And so now a lot of people are looking at very hard at Dan Bongino, who has now identified himself as not, someone for us, not a MAGA, patriot and savior after he quit the FBI. All right. So a lot of people are going to expose themselves. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. A lot of these people are just corrupt people that talk a nice talk occasionally, and people follow them and think they got great stuff because they expose something somewhere. But a lot of them are going to start to be exposed. We're going to see a lot of truthers that are out there are going to get exposed for having worked for the CIA and have been funded by the CIA and have lots of success from the CIA. I see them. I've seen them for a while. All right, so they'll only expose how they do. I've exposed people and got a lot of kickback. Just better to let everybody find out, right? As I've learned the hard way, I expose these people and call them out and just get from their organizations get attacked heavily for one, and then for people that are unfortunately consciously compromised, believe in these people, and then push back. All right, so a lot of this stuff is going to get exposed going forward. A lot of these people are going to get exposed, and that's the beauty of this, of the consciousness that is expanding, the renaissance in consciousness. I've talked about this for years, and here we are in that position. Now, why do, and I see my last slide, unfortunately, it's out of whack, but it is the last one. I just pulled it up. Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about this earlier, but it kind of puts things in perspective as we end the show. Why do the Democrats want to attack Whitey? All right. Why do they want to attack the white people? Right. Because I know for a long time, and most Democrats, I think, are probably white. I don't know. So I know they were during the Civil War. But if you look at them, partisanship by race, ethnicity, and education, you're going to see the Republican Party now holds a 15 percentage point advantage among white voters. Oh, okay. So maybe that's why. Yeah, that's why the Democrats are going after Whitey, right? So this double-digit lead for the GOP among white voters has held for more than a decade, right? So, Democrats are corrupt beyond belief, and Republicans are a hot second to that, right? Between the two of them, they're both going to go down, both going away. All right. So you see, if you see their mouths open, you just no, just shut up. All right. Just shut up. So, but it is kind of fun to watch them because they reveal, and you see what their agendas are, and then you can, move and on the chessboard and overcome them, right? We've taken their queens, their Hillary Clintons, and other queens that were out there. Who's the other queen that was just trying to run for office? Guys, it's just so forgetful. So for people that you just want to forget, it's like, who's that woman that was running for the Democrat Party? Geez, I just hit the flush button and I just forget them. It's like, oh, they're gone. Oh, good. Flush. And yeah, all the queens are going away. And Kamala. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Blue Skies, Mom. So Kamala is Kamala Namor. She's coming Lamar. And her buddy, who's I think a switch hitter, Tim Walz. You see him, and when he had his leather pants on, his cowboy hat, he was dancing in a gay hotel place, right? I was like, yeah, and the way he handles himself, and of course, you know, you got and I don't care. He was a gay guy, and he's basically a conservative guy that's been he's, you know, had lots of pushing back on the Democrats, and they pushed back on him quite a bit. So he came out and said that, yeah, pretty much all of Washington, D.C. is just gay, right? So, and that's coming from a gay guy. So, so you gay guys out there, what do you guys think about Tim Walz? And of course, gosh, we just go down the list, couldn't we, of this one and that one? And because a lot of gay guys have actually attacked some of these people that are in these political positions, calling them out. So I think that, you know, we're going to see a lot more of that going forward. Yeah, gay people calling out other gay people. So, yeah, you're making us look bad. Stop. Right. So we're gonna see more of that. Right. So I think that's all I got for tonight. I don't have. Let me look through my stuff. Nope, that's it. So covered quite a bit. I guess you guys are seeing it. See that nice setting sun. So it's a setting sun on the Democrat Party and the Republican Party and the Muslim extremist, right, Islamist, setting sun on all of them, right? And a peaceful world coming that's full of prosperity, and, you know, it's going to be one of love. Stay in the love vibrations, all right? Good vibrations. All right, so so you're going to be, you know, pleased with what's coming. Of course, we have to expose stupid, and as stupid gets exposed, stupid goes away. All right, and we don't want lies and stupid and fraud and all the bullshit that goes along with it. And the people that are trying to start us fighting against each other, we don't need it. Yes, popcorn time. So, but yeah, you better get your popcorn quick. How? Oh, 5 minutes has gone by. There's more shit out there, right, that I could be talking about. It's coming fast and heavy. All right. Yep, you're gonna need that popcorn. Gourmet. Get some gourmet, because then you'll enjoy it more. And you slow. Gourmet, I think popcorn is more satisfying, so you don't eat as much. So, I don't know. Good night, everyone. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Democrats are going to try to use this shooting in Minneapolis as another George Floyd type of riot all across the country, because we know that the Democrats, and we've talked about this, are in deep poo-poo, right? Right, and they're in trouble. And we just saw Tim Walz yesterday say he was going to resign from running for governor. And today we have a shooting, right? Now, I've looked at this shooting, and it's legit. You guys know that I have been, for most of my life, involved in, you know, the officer that was involved in this was almost hit by this woman in a vehicle, and probably other people's lives, because who knows what that woman would have done if she had gotten by. Maybe she would have turned around and they rammed more people. So this is one of the things that we're going to start to see more of, right? This attempt by the Democrat Party to rile up their base so that they start to do these riots. So it gets them, takes the heat off them. Like happened during George Floyd riots. I said that George Floyd riot, the George Floyd incident, the moment it happened, if you know, I've had you know, different people on that have talked about, you know, looking in at some of these events and determining whether they were, you know, real or not. And I looked at the George Floyd, and I said all along that it was not a real thing, right? It was staged. And now this one is not staged. Now, what they want to do is they want to rile up these extreme leftist lunatics and get them to do crazy stuff so that this type of stuff happens. And then they come out and rile up their base with it, making false claims like is happening right now. So let's jump into a little bit. I'm gonna run through several things because of other shows that are going on, but this is extremely important, I believe. So we need to look at this. So let's get the background on this. Minneapolis daycare targeting Nick Shirley YouTube video is now closed. So if you look at some of the news organizations, they say there was no justification for him coming out and going against this. So again, spreading false information on truths. So this is what's going on. CBS News conducted its own analysis of several of the day centers Shirley mentioned. All but 2 had active licenses, according to state records, and all active locations had been visited by state regulators within the last 6 months. So here they are trying to diffuse what should be getting Minneapolis residents in Minnesota, the state of Minnesota people all riled up. So they're trying to turn that back off. And then, of course, their radical base that they're trying to inflame, they're trying to deconflict what is truth, all right, and make it look like it's not true at all. All right, so other things that Nick Shirley has been investigating, not only the fraudulent daycare centers that are starting to be exposed across the country, but also medical transport companies, and the list is just going to continue, guys. So 1,000 fraudulent medical transport companies. So who's doing all this? So we have, people from Somalia that are useful idiots that they're using to money launder this fraud through, so that the Democrats can use that money for campaigning, for paying off their people within the mainstream, lamestream media to spread false bullshit information. You're going to see I'm a little bit riled up about this. I've already calmed down quite a bit after I saw this video, and I heard Mayor Fry come out first. I heard him, blowing it up, and I'm like, that's bullshit. Let's look at the evidence. Now, he said that he looked at the evidence and there was nothing there, and that the ICE agents were going to spread disinformation. So he's trying to get out there and spread disinformation on what is true. So I'm going to show you guys the video here in a minute after I run through that. Minneapolis is a hotbed for liberal leftist lunacy, guys, all the way back to George Floyd. All right, all the way back to George Floyd. So let's look at some of this. Overview of the Minneapolis riots, May 26, 2020. Video of George Floyd's fake murder circulated widely. Protests started peacefully but escalated quickly. All right. Escalation to riots, May 27, 29, 2020. Protests turned violent, leading to significant rioting and looting, fires, people being killed. Destruction of the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct was set on fire, and extensive damage occurred across the city. Financial impact. Estimated damages reached $500 million, affecting over 1,500 properties. Arrest, approximately 604 individuals were arrested during the unrest. Deaths, at least 19 confirmed fatalities occurred during the protests and riots. The riots led to a prolonged period of civil unrest in Minneapolis, with continued protest against police violence and calls for systemic change. Now, back then, that's when Fry came into, he started pumping his beta male wokeness chest, and it was horrific for real male to look at that. I don't know how you people in Minneapolis allow this to continue. All right, so you guys also might remember Kyle Rittenhouse. Protests erupted in Kenosha after Jacob Blake, a black man, was shot by police. Rittenhouse traveled from Antioch, Illinois to Kenosha, armed with the AR-15 style rifle. He claimed to be there to protect businesses from looters. Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum, 36, after Rosenbaum allegedly approached him. He then shot Anthony Huber, 26, who attempted to disarm him with a skateboard. A third man, Gage Grosskreek, was shot in the arm, while holding a pistol. Now, I saw all of those shootings, and I saw the guy that was shot in the arm, and it looked fake. I called it. I don't know what Kyle Rittenhouse is up to, but he's into fakery, right? So I've seen gunshots, and that was not a gunshot, all right, on that guy with the arm, and his arm was blown open. There was a video of it. His arm was blown open. So acting, and I don't know what that was all about, but it was fake, right? So there's a lot of fake stuff going on there, I believe, to really rile people up. Now, you guys also might remember where we had the CNN reporter during the same time frame, right? During the same time frame. You see here the phrase "beyond parody" doesn't begin to describe this. One critic reacted. All right, so this is CNN panned for on-air graphic reading, fiery but mostly peaceful protest. All right, so this reporter from CNN, or that was reporting for CNN, was saying fire but mostly peaceful protest. So burning, but it's mostly peaceful. So this is the lamestream media basically coming in and taking truths and downsizing them. And then, of course, spinning up different activities that are going on to inflame the public, the liberal leftist morons, so that they go off. So you guys know that I've been saying that we're probably going to see this happen in a lot of big cities, right? And I said that George Floyd protests will look like child's play compared to what's coming. So this may be the thing that happens unless we get on top of this and say, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. We're not going to put up with this bullshit from you liberal leftist assholes, all right? So Hilton. So there was a Hilton. This was days before. So let me share the screen on this one too. I think yesterday there was a Hilton that was basically refusing to allow they were canceling reservations for ICE agents. All right, so this was a real thing. Department of Homeland Security declares war on Hilton over canceled room claims. So we're talking billions of dollars worth of contracts, military, law enforcement, ICE agents, on and on and on, which travel around the country and stay at Hilton hotels because they have a contract with them. So DHS is claiming they're going to cancel that. So Hilton got on top of that. Well, kind of on top of that. Hilton disowns hotel owned by franchisee who refused service. So this was, let's see if they pull up this picture of it. It was a Hampton Inn in Lakeville. So it was a Hilton branding that barring immigration and customs enforcement agents was still in effect after they made a statement that they had Hilton had talked to the franchisee. The franchisee said that they were making it right. There was someone that actually visited the hotel and they were still refusing after they claimed that they were not refusing. All right. So this is some of the things that we're starting to see from these guys. All right. So then Hilton came out and said, we're canceling their franchisee, this franchisee. And so they took away their ability. So Hilton got on top of that real quick. Now, Hilton might be taking, notes from other, like Bud Light. Remember when Bud Light went woke and had the transgenders? It was like, no, we don't buy from you now. And they lost billions and billions and billions of dollars in stock portfolios and, people not buying Bud Light anymore. So this is what, happens to the wokeness, guys. And we have to do this right now. People in Minneapolis, come on. Minnesota, please. You guys need to wake up and start to push back on this. You can't stand back and let this continue to happen in your city and your state. Come on. All right. You guys have to get involved here. Shouldn't be coming from people like me outside of your state. Get involved. Get these knuckleheads out. Get them out of your state, right? Stand up for ICE. All right, from Congress to VP nominee to disgraced former governor. All right, so Tim Walz yesterday dropped out of the race. Today, he is making all kinds of claims, right? He's all big and bad, and he's talking smack about the ICE agents shooting. All right, so let's listen to this clown town make his comments here. I am so disgusted with this. This has got to stop.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that
First of all, I wouldn't be near a stage with this clown. All right. So by standing on the stage with this clown while he makes these effed up comments, you are basically part of this problem. You are part of this problem.
We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our.
So here it is, inflaming the idiots in the Democrat Party, inflaming the morons that are going to come out and start to riot and burn your cities, guys. Here it is. This guy yesterday was out in disgrace. He should have been arrested, should be behind bars, and no one gets to hear him. But here he is, still out here, inflaming the public
safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequence.
Just yesterday, huh? So is this another staged event? Who knows? Was this pushed and promoted? Who knows?
Governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV.
All right, so this is more moronity from clown shows. From the Democrat Party guys, all right? They want to destroy our country. They want to. We need to get them out. We need to get them out. If we can't vote them out, which we can't, they need to be arrested, all right? They need to be arrested, pulled out of office. It's insane what's going on with these clowns. All right, here's the other clown. The mayor is going to come out and make his inflammatory remarks as well.
Are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted.
Now, I'm going to show you the video right after this, that this clown is saying that he watched and there was nothing there. So he is a liar.
But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis.
All right. So remember why ICE is there: to clean up the fraud and corruption that is going on in Minneapolis, in Minnesota as a whole. And these guys don't like that because it's going to take away their money and their power. So they're going to fight back, guys, and this is it.
Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case,
all right. So it goes on. I heard it earlier, and I wanted to jump through the radio and strangle it. So anyway, the bullshit is going to continue until we say no more. All right. We, the people, have to step up. ICE is trying to do the best job they can. They're being, of course, he's being that statement and other statements that he made. He's being hammered. Megyn Kelly, she says, this is so irresponsible. Wait until we've seen and know more. How dare you, as the sitting governor, so he's talking about Tim Walz, further inflame an already charged situation by declaring the officer's defense propaganda. Propaganda. All right. So I'm going to show you one piece right now, and then we're going to move into some more, and then I'm going to share another video. So there's two videos. This one shows the ICE agent doing the shooting. All right, you're going to see it right about in here. So there's a crowd there. There's a inflamed leftist mob, all right, and yelling obscenities. And again, these ICE agents there are to clean up the crime that is basically destroying, Minneapolis, taking the money that they were supposed to be giving to legitimate people and stealing it and sending it overseas to Al-Shabaab, which is basically a terrorist organization. All right, so right here, you see the ICE agent. He is backing up he's got his one arm on the car as she's trying to run him over. This is a real thing. In Minnesota, only if an objectively reasonable officer believes, so he has to be objectively reasonable. If he's an extreme, then it's a no-go. Right? So objectively reasonable officer believes it is necessary to protect him or themselves or others from imminent death or great bodily harm. If they reasonably believe it is necessary to prevent imminent harm, but the force must be proportional to the threat faced. Now, a vehicle. All right, so he's already shot. I'll show you another video in just a moment where it gives a clearer view. All right, so Benny Johnson, clean shot. Now, new irrefutable video evidence shows that the Minneapolis Democrat terrorist hit. So this is Kristi Noem came out and called this a domestic terrorism event. And I completely agree with her. It is. And all these other people that were out there, domestic terrorists as well, because they started to really push on the ICE agents after this. So they're calling Nazi and so forth. Probably all these people, should be somewhere working at this time. But here they are out here probably drawing unemployment and who knows what other kind of beneficiary supplementation, probably from the Democrat Party to actually come out and do this, right? So the ICE agents basically were out, getting illegal immigrants, and their vehicle got stuck because they're having inclement weather there, weather, right? Bad weather, snow and so forth. So their vehicle got stuck, and then people started showing up and giving them a hard time. So ICE agent is lucky to be alive. Fast reflexes saved his life. And then Tim Walz is calling ICE Gestapo. All right, that probably led to this because, both of those idiots that were, on the news were saying, we knew this was coming. Of course, you knew it was coming because you're inflaming your population. Now, even Democrats are confirming this individual was following ICE throughout the day. This is what happens when Tim Walz calls ICE agents Gestapo. Also has Kansas City stickers all over it. How about that? All right, all right. She had all kinds of stickers from everywhere. I don't know what's going on. So crazy, loony, leftists doing crazy, loony things when instigated to do so, and that's what we're seeing. All right, so Mayor Jacob Fry rips ICE after officer shot and killed woman. Get the F out, he's saying to ICE. He says that in the news conference, a very inflammatory speech that he gave, guys. You go listen to it. I listened to it once, and I don't need to listen to it anymore. It's inflammatory to me. Listening to the bullshit, right? Knowing what's trying to be done here. So it comes after Trump administration began an influx of 2,000 federal law enforcement members to the Twin Cities metro area for immigration enforcement and to investigate fraud allegations. You think they'd be like, oh God, yeah, we're like billions of dollars have been disappearing. Please come clean this up. I don't know how it got so bad. Yeah, right. So they're trying to stop it. They're trying to stop the ICE agents from getting rid of their useless idiot, Somali race that is there, that they've brought in from Somalia in massive numbers all the way back to the Obama administration, right? Knowing what eventually would happen, something like this, right? So some of these Somalis have, of course, they're Muslims, so they can have as many wives as they want. So they have a wife and one home and with kids that is completely supported by the federal government and Minneapolis and Minnesota and 2, 3, 4 more, right? All filled with wives and kids, right? It's got to stop, guys. Do you want this to continue? I don't know. Maybe you guys in Minnesota wanted this, and that's why you have it. Maybe we should just pull back, just put up some roadblocks and go enter at your own risk. And then anyone that comes out, it's like, what are you a normal person or are you a leftist loony? All right, go back. All right. So come on, Minneapolis. Come on, Minnesota. You guys need to get busy here. Come on. This has been going all the way back to George Floyd, 2020. Come on, people. Jesus Christ. Thought it would be cleaned up by now. So here's the video that basically shows the moment ICE agent Philly shoots this woman. So she comes in, she's disrupting, she's causing problems, and they come in to arrest her, and then she tries to run over this ICE agent, and he shoots her, So you're going to see this now. All right, so I was like, how is this mayor going off like this? It must be something like atrocious. So I watched the video, I'm like, inflammatory bullshit, lie, bullshit, right? All right, so that one vehicle just like got the hell out of there, smart. All right, so here is the vehicle right here. She's blocking the intersection. ICE agents have pulled up. There's going to be another group of ICE agents that pull up, and they're going to get out, and they're basically say, get out of the car. They're going to, she's going to be arrested, and then she tries to run over the one guy. All right, so they're going to come out of the truck. Other ICE agents are going to come in. All right, so you're seeing the one guy here, and this guy's going to walk up. All right, so they're telling her to get out of the car. You're under arrest. No! All right, so right there, right when he tried to open the door, it's locked. She backs up, and she's going to gun it into this other ICE agent. Let's see if I can get it. You can see him right there. He walks into the front. All right, so right there, he walks in. Right there, he's walking up. So you hear all the leftist loonies in the background. No! All right, so he's already being bumped by her. So you see him pull out his weapon. That's a nice quick draw. Good job. Shit. So he's aiming right at her head right now. This guy's telling her to stop, get out of the car, and she's getting ready to gun it. She's going to gun it and run this guy over. All right, so she's done. She's done right there.
Oh my God! What the?
The vehicle goes off on its own. It crashes into a car up the street, off to the left. The airbag goes off. I'm not going to show it here because YouTube might not like it. They kind of block this. So in the beginning, it shows warning, Will Majors. This video includes images and/or audio some viewers may find upsetting or disturbing. So I don't know if YouTube allow it, but you guys are seeing it live, so you get the benefit of it. But you can go look this up. It is out there right now. NBC News has it. It's on YouTube everywhere. Go check it out. Make your own decision. See it from the both angles that I showed you. You're going to make the decision that this guy that did the shoot was justified. So justified, unfortunately, for this loony idiot that was basically riled up by these Democrats, guys. these people that are in power, Tim Walz and Mayor Fry, and I think they could blow this up. They're going to try and blow this up. That's why we have to get this video information out there right away, so everybody can see this and go, no, we're not going there. We're not going to go there. We're not going to allow this. In fact, we're going to push back on all these Democrats that are trying to inflame the population. I don't know if it's going to work. Like I said, I've seen this for years coming as a remote viewer, as an intuitive. It looks like we're out on the verge of this, right? So we can blame. We know who is the culprit. It's the Democrat Party, guys. Let's watch it again.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my God!
All right. Again, she was trying to run him over. And if she got in the way, who knows? She flipped it around and then started running over ICE agents. You never know. So he's protecting himself. He's protecting the public, because who knows? Maybe she just goes off on the public too. All right. So lunatic idiots, guys, being activated by these lunatic Democrats that are in power. We got to stop it. We got to stop it. And we need to expose it. All right. If we don't expose it, if the people, yes, the Darwin Award, she won it. She's a great recipient of it. So congratulations. Bye-bye. And I tell you, I saw all the people that were, trying to instigate something with all the ICE agents, breaking windows, and same typical stuff we see a lot of these riots by the leftist idiots. And I will never be able to do that. All right. Because I do not put up with bullshit at all. All right. So good on these guys. I hate to see anybody die, even leftist lunatics. I mean, I spew your bullshit. I don't care. I'm not paying attention. Right. But if I was there, oof. I mean, they got paint guns. They got, other means to back off the crowd. But so somebody gets close to me, gets in my face, that's a threat. All right. So I'm like, couldn't do it, guys. All right. So these guys are really trained. They put up a lot of bullshit. But threat of life, deadly use of force. It's going to come. So all the leftist idiots out there, they want to go win the Darwin Award. Come on, let's go. All right. And I think we're going to see cities full of Darwin Awards pretty soon. And unless the people that are in those cities get involved, if the people in those cities continue to allow these Democrat riot instigators to continue to be in those positions where they can do that, then that's what we're going to see. All right. Yeah, she's got the FO card, right? All right, they like threw that down, right? The one of the officials that watched for the FO problems, she got the red card, right? She didn't even get the yellow. She didn't even get the caution card. She went right to red, right? And it got thrown down on her. So, we got to make light of this because it is so ridiculously stupid. You're just going to get riled up if you don't make it fun, right? And I think it's going to make it fun because it basically takes away their power, right? So the end of one idiot, is it going to be the beginning of the end for many more to come, right? I hope not. I hope the idiots, the leftist loony idiots out there go, well, I like screaming and yelling and getting free everything, stealing from the government. I think I'm just going to lay low and not get so involved. All right. Hello, everyone. So we can take Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We did this several years ago, but we're going to go over the Georgia election anomalies, if you will. We can't say specifically that there was some problems, but we can bring some information like we have done before. Joined today by Tara Jones and David Cross. We did a show several years ago now, I believe it is, where we went into depth about election irregularity. So we're going to do that again. So it's been a while since you guys have been on the show. So you want to introduce yourselves again? We'll start with ladies first.
Okay. Well, I'm Tara Jones, and I ran for school board here in Georgia in 2022. And my election results were quite an anomaly unto themselves, which led me to pursue trying to get a hold of the ballots so that I could actually see physical ballots to see each of the 8 precincts came in at exactly like a 60-30 split. Just as a crazy anomaly. And so I wanted to see the ballots. And through that, I was denied getting to see the ballots. And so I've been kind of working on election integrity, not as much as my friend here, David, who will tell you all the details, but that's what I've been doing and what I did here locally. So anyway, David, you take it away.
Sure. All right. So my name is David Cross. I own a financial planning investment management company. We service people that have we've got clients where in total we manage about $100 million for our clients. And I've worked for the big firms, and as Michael might say, even the big baddies. And before I came to my senses and started my own company 10 years ago. But during the election of 2020, I got very interested in seeing what was happening with the stopping of the counting, and I reached out to a guy named Garland Favorito who runs Voter GA, and he and I have been collaborating ever since. And I've been working with him and several other people that you may or may not know, and through all of this together, we finally got to the point where we're kind of breaking through in Georgia with the state election board, and finally moving the needle. So things are starting to happen, and particularly with what happened in Venezuela with bringing in Maduro. I think it's gonna open up a box. I think it's going to open up a nasty box for people that have been cheating in elections. And I will say this: it's not just Democrats; it's anybody who's willing to pay. Could be Democrats, could be Republicans, could be foreign states. Anybody who wants to have a hand in our elections, we have made it easy for them.
Mm-hmm.
Great, guys. Great. Both of you guys are experts in this field, in my opinion. And the last time we did a show, I thought I was very stunned by the information that you guys had. So Joe Biden in the 2020 election won Georgia by a mere 11,779 votes. Now, it took a while to get those numbers, as we know. So there's a little bit of anomaly going on with that. There's also lots of other things that are happening in the news where Georgia admitted that there were like 315,000. I think that's a number, if it is right off the top of my head.
That's right.
Votes that they said, yeah, those don't count because they were like not done right. But if that's the case, then at 11,000, and I'd be willing to bet that almost all of those are, for Joe Biden. I don't know, but I would say that would probably overwhelm, just like President Trump had said, the numbers. And he had gone after Raffensperger, wherever his name is, and asked him, hey, could you look at this and maybe find some votes in my favor because you're a Republican like I am? And they blew him up on that. So let's go back and let's talk a little bit about where you guys came in at with this.
So just one thing I want to make very clear here is that the 315,000 votes that it's kind of blowing up all over the internet right now. One thing I want to make clear is that those votes, they were I think those were they were I think they were, I can't say they all were, but I believe that they were lawfully cast votes. We can't go back and undo, what happened in 2020. The key thing that we need to understand, though, is that I'm calling those votes and those ballots into question, as are other people, because Fulton County did not sign the tabulator tapes. They had nobody sign any tabulator tapes. In fact, what they did instead was, at the early voting precincts, they took the memory cards out of the machines, took those down to central processing, loaded them into new machines, and printed out the results on those things. All right. Now, there's going to be a lot of critics out there that are going to say that's just a procedural foul. Okay. But part of the issue is that, if we were playing a baseball game and the Atlanta Braves had 13 errors in one inning, you'd probably scratch your head and say, well, maybe we got a problem. Maybe we have a problem. And that's the issue that we've got with Fulton County, is there are so many procedural errors that if they were just on their own, the one that we've uncovered with all of the unsigned tabulator tapes is enough to put an asterisk by the election results in Georgia for 2020 to say, listen, this is the number that we certified, but we can't guarantee it. And there's no way for Fulton County to replicate anything that happened in 2020. They counted the votes 3 different times. They got 3 different results. In some cases, they forgot ballots. In some cases, they double counted ballots. It's just it's an unreconcilable mess that happened in Fulton County. And as I said, they've got so many procedural fouls that have happened along the way that any sane person would say, you know what, maybe we should have the military count the votes. Maybe we should have the military count the votes by hand instead of trusting these yahoos in Fulton County that keep making excuses.
Wow, that's a good summary. I like that. Very good. Very, very nice, David. So yeah, it's almost like they, messed it all up on purpose, perhaps. So that it's like if you throw a lot of tacks in the road, some of them are probably going to get the chase car, and knock it out of whack, and it won't be able to follow. So it's kind of what I see in a lot of these cases. There's a lot of subterfuge here and there, and it's like you just get tired of chasing all of them, and that just wears everybody out, and everybody just says forget it, And it seems like that's what happened with the overall 2020 election. Everybody just got tired of all of it. The recounts just kept coming up the same. And it's like, gosh, what is going on here? And there was no recourse, it seemed like. What are your thoughts, Tara?
Well, yes, I agree that people are kind of shell shocked by continuing to hear, oh yeah, 2020 fraud, and we don't want to hear that. We've moved on. Well, when you understand that what you vote for is not secure, doesn't that concern you? When your voice isn't heard, when people aren't represented, and we are controlled and manipulated, and that these voting machines, Dominion, they can be manipulated. They can be accessed through the internet, through, like David was just talking about, thumb drives. They're not secure. But on top of that, when you ask for paper ballots, I want to see the actual counts. Well, they can't be produced. And one thing to remind everybody about, when Rathesberger sold the state of Georgia, the people of the state of Georgia, this Dominion voting system, it was sold to us as, well, we'll be able to produce the ballots so that anybody can audit the results. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. That changed. And so when you control everything, and now we can't do a check and balance, which is what all of us do with our checking accounts, right? Don't we want to know what's in there? Well, let me see, I got a deposit here and I'm paying this bill, so I'm going to check that. Well, we can't check anything. We just have to take your word on it. That is like, really? And the whole thing with 2020, when you go back and remind people, everybody in this country watched, the count was stalled. Some states didn't turn in the count for several days, but you watched on live TV, 12,000 votes went from Trump over to Biden, like on live TV. Well, when you're counting ballots and you're counting votes, Each number should go up, both sides. We watch numbers go down. When has that ever happened? In real time. And remember, that's when Fox News called Arizona like at 6 o'clock. That was 3 o'clock their time. They called the race. So how many people knew what was going to happen? We can't verify anything. And so how are we supposed to trust Fulton County when they tell us, oh, well, this is the most secure election, and all of the Board of Commissioners there are standing by their count? It's preposterous for us to accept this. And for some of us like David and I, and yourself, because you've been working with Juan on the 2020, it's not over yet kind of thing. So we're not giving up on this, because we've got to uncover, and we've got to have a fair judicial system that will allow us to bring forth the proof and the evidence. That's another issue that's been a problem.
So yeah, there's lots of anomalies. I know that Brian Kemp, some people call it conspiracy theory, but it is what it is. Brian Kemp's daughter's boyfriend mysteriously died, and that sends a signal to people that are trying to investigate or trying to push investigations. When people start dying, it makes you back off a little bit.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's real or what, but it's the timing is very concerning. So what are your thoughts on that? And we had talked about earlier about connections all the way back to Venezuela, and let's look at that as well. Talk about that.
Yeah, listen, I'm blown away by the by the special forces guys that went in there. My understanding is that Maduro had 32 Cuban special forces guys as his personal bodyguards. I think we had a couple guys that that were hurt, but we didn't have anybody that was. It amazes me at what the cool guys are able to accomplish when you give them a clear objective. My understanding is that
clear objective, and they practice for it.
Said, hey, I think I hear helicopters or something like that. 3 minutes later, 32 guys were dead, and he was in handcuffs. So my hat's off to to the world's greatest military. It's amazing what they did.
Absolutely. Yeah, and having been in that group, the high level, I can tell you that the level of expertise is definitely at that level, and those guys could move through that group very easily, like they did. And the technology, when I was in that time frame, we were decades and decades ahead of everything else, and I know that's still the same. So that helped a lot in that mission as well. So yeah, Venezuela, obviously part of, even all the way back to Chavez, part of election fraud here in the United States and other countries. So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, if you guys recall, and we were talking about this before the show started, there was a press conference with Giuliani and Sidney Powell in 2020 talking about all of the evidence that they were bringing forth. Whistleblowers, people, there is a whistleblower who signed an affidavit stating that he was there with Chavez when this Dominion voting machine system was created, and he watched votes change in real time. He watched everything set up so that Chavez would win the election, and consequently Maduro would win his election. So he knew the night of our election, when votes started to flip and things started to be turned off, it's in his affidavit that he knew that that's when the Dominion machines were being used. They were being manipulated. Votes were flipped because he saw it. He saw it in real time with his time with Chavez. He saw how they would take votes and flip them. So 12,000 goes to this candidate, and that really happened. But now we can flip and move the 12,000 over to our candidate. So he knew that was happening. So again, it goes back to, we came forward, people like us came forward and tried to prove that there was issues with this election and had the evidence. And these were the 19 people who were indicted in the state of Georgia. And Giuliani had to pay money. Well, now that this has been admitted, that there's problems to the tune of 315,000 ballots in Fulton County alone. Where's all of this? Like, shouldn't he get his money back? Shouldn't these indictments be reversed? And shouldn't the people who we have evidence against, shouldn't they be gone after? Well, I think it starts with what just happened in Venezuela. I think that's the key. This is going to be the turning point for people in our country to understand we've got Maduro, and he's going to talk, and he's going to tell you what he knows, or he's going to tell the investigators what he knows if he wants to live, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
No, I think he's going to say, "Hey, we just picked up where the old system left off. You know, you guys have been cheating for 50 years." And Michael, I sent you like a 4-minute video that I just found a few days ago that a friend sent over to me. In fact, I think Garland Favorito is actually the person who's circulating it. But it's roughly 2 hours long. I isolated about 4 minutes of it. And this guy's like the OG, election security guy that started investigating things in the early 1970s. And he said, those lever machines where you'd go in and you pull a lever and it would punch the card and all that kind of thing. He said they were cheating on those things. So, I mean, I don't know if you, Michael, I don't know if you've ever seen this before. My wife's grandfather, when he passed away, he left an old slot machine, like from the 1920s. Yep. It's got an unbelievable amount of gears and things on the inside. And one of the things that he mentioned when he was showing it to me was like, he's like, "Oh, you can rig this thing, and make it so it never pays out by pressing this little thing over here." And he said, "Nobody will ever know." He said, "They'll just get like little payouts. Nobody ever get the jackpot." And so mechanical devices, they cheated. All right. The digital devices we have right now, they're cheating. All right. The system that we have in Georgia, the Dominion system that is now Liberty Vote, all right, it just slapped a new name on it. They put new lipstick on the pig.
Right.
Right. It was actually originally selected after an exhaustive 9-day search by Brian Kemp, our governor, who everybody thinks is a Republican. And people here need to understand, Brian Kemp is for Brian Kemp. He doesn't give a damn about anybody else, all right? Much less any Republicans that are out there. What he cares about is himself, his legacy, and the money that falls off the table. When he's working with other candidates, and it could be in the form of business deals, it could be money that comes off the table, from somebody like from his daughter, being a candidate, working for a candidate as their fundraiser, because if you're the fundraiser, you get 10% of the take, and if daddy donates $100 million, daughter's going to get like $10 million bucks, just going to fall off the table.
Wow.
The other thing we have to understand too is that I'll go back to with what Tara said. The day after the election in 2020, Raffensperger went on television on the Today Show and said, "We had 4.7 million people cast ballots in Georgia. It was a record. It was amazing. 4.7 million." All right. A week or so later, Georgia certified 5 million votes, 4,980 some odd thousand to be exact. But it went up by roughly 280,000 votes. That doesn't sound like much, but it's 6%. Nobody knows where they came from. And in fact, in Fulton County on election day, there was an emergency meeting by the Fulton County Board of Elections, and it was Dwight Brower that was helping run things. And he comes on and he gives an update about the leak that happened, down at State Farm. They got that all cleaned up. And the other thing he said too is he said, as of about 5 p.m. in Fulton County, we've had 14,152 people that voted. And one of the election board people, kind of quizzically says, "Can you repeat that number?" And he says, "Yes, 14,152. All right. She says, "Okay." And then another election board member comes up and says, "I'm not sure I'm hearing this right. It's not coming through clear. What's the number?" 14,152. All right. Fulton County certified that I think they said they had it's either 57 or 59,000 people that voted that day, which means that roughly 37,000 people rushed to the polls between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Polls closed. And yet all of the newscasters that were out there that were reporting on the big rush that was going to happen for people to vote, they were all saying that there's nobody voting. There's nobody out here. So we have so many questions about what's happened. And again, this is, maybe it's a procedural foul. I don't know, but it's just another item that doesn't make sense and doesn't add up. And the naysayers out there will just say, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, or maybe he was dealing with old data. And I'm like, if he was dealing with old data, then why are we calling it a state-of-the-art brand new system? It's just, there's just too many things that don't add up and don't make sense.
So also, didn't those Dominion voting machines come from China?
Yes. Every single one of them. The components were made in China. And there's a couple of my friends that have done some forensic work on the software, and they found not only do they find footprints from Belgrade, Serbia, because that's where Dominion moved their people from Venezuela. They moved their operations team over to Belgrade, Serbia, and the footprints show that people came in remotely on these systems that are not connected to the internet. So we just keep having problems like this that everybody, the Fulton County, everybody else wants to just sweep under the rug, and they're real. It's legitimate, and they're finally coming out.
And this was, they went ahead and bought them even after Texas told them don't do it because they can be compromised.
That's exactly right. And the other thing most people have no idea about, Michael, is that prior to Georgia signing up to use the Dominion system statewide, the Dominion system had never been used on any statewide election system. It had been used in municipalities and small elections and city elections and things like that in some municipalities in the United States as well as Canada. And what's really kind of funny is that the tabulator tapes that people are supposed to sign off on and say, I swear, they're signing off on a little paragraph that says, I swear that I saw the votes count, all that kind of thing. But the verbiage that they're swearing to says that that they are swearing and attesting to the election code of Canada, because nobody ever bothered to fix the tabulator tape so that when it prints out here, it's actually according to Georgia laws and Georgia code, not Canadian.
Wow.
Wouldn't that negate any count then? I mean,
I don't, again, the naysayers are going to say it's a technicality, it's just a procedural foul, but it's like, again, here we are in the 7th inning and you've got 13 errors. So
right?
Tell me nothing's wrong.
Yeah, and that's 2020. There's some other elections too that we talked about, Michael, on a show that we did where Herschel Walker was in a runoff with Warnock, and we talked about how, and Georgia is a red state, and so you see all the like it's Republican. Here's Herschel and Warnock's race. Oh, all of us that are Republican are going to go click Warnock, vote like Republican, Democrat, Republican. No, we're not doing that. And Herschel Walker lost that race. Like, no, we don't do that. Like, you're going to vote for your party, right? So, yeah, there was a smear campaign against Herschel. There was a smear campaign against Warnock. I mean, listen, we all know, no one's perfect that runs these races. We get it. We're all human. But that wouldn't make a bunch of Republicans go, yeah, I want to vote for this Democrat. It's not happening.
Well,
so
and Tara, one thing that happened there too was when Herschel was running, that was an opportunity for our governor to step up and help endorse and help, push him across the state. And Kemp vanished like a fart in the wind. He was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, the only person that was supporting him was Trump.
Correct.
And then after the election, you had the two senators, Republican senators that had to compete, and they both lost. So there's like some crazy stuff going on. Loeffler, was it Loeffler?
Kelly Loeffler.
Loeffler, yep.
Don't forget, she has a painting of Mao Zedong in in her entry foyer. Just saying.
And you would think because of that she would have won.
I'm confused. I don't know.
I know, right?
Let's not forget too. There was a DeKalb County race that David knows all the details about too. But if I remember correctly, there was a candidate who came in third place, and she was contesting the results. She was a Democrat, but in her precinct, she got 0 votes. And that's what clued her into, wait a minute, this is my husband and myself voted for me, so I should have at least 2 votes.
Right.
And when they did the recount on her election, she went from third to she won. What was her name? It was Michelle
Long Spears.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anybody can look it up.
Had she just accepted the results, oh, you won.
Like
You win.
Women that were in the arena when they had the leak, and then they had them on camera like pulling out the boxes after everybody was gone and running the ballots over and over and over again.
Right.
And you remember their names, and they got presidential citations.
Right.
Yeah, Ruby Freeman and her daughter.
Shay Moss. They got the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wow.
Now, I'm just wondering, was that on an auto pen? I mean, I'm just asking. If that was maybe, I'm not sure.
I haven't looked, but it's pretty easy to see like which documents were signed with the auto pen, because his signature, on the auto pen documents does not match anything even remotely close to what he used to sign.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you guys want me to play that one video?
Yeah. I'd love to show that. So this is a guy named James Collier, and it's again he wrote a book, and hopefully this is going to play right. So go ahead and hit play. Let's see what happens with this thing.
James Collier, welcome to the show. I had the pleasure to be here tonight in the snow. Thanks for coming. And James, what prompted you to write this book?
Well, the book, Vote Scam, The Stealing of America, it's been a 25-year investigation into how elections are rigged in the United States. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that are going to take umbrage at that election's rigged, because it's our birthright. The birthright of this country is the vote.
Absolutely.
And as a matter of fact, the biggest export of the United States is the vote. We won the Cold War over what? The vote. Spoke at every church breakfast and did what you're supposed to do. And so on election night, September 7th, 1970, September 3rd, 1970, at 3 minutes after the poll closed, the CBS affiliate down there called perfect vote percentages for 250 candidates. Well, you can't do anything in 3 minutes. And all of the citizens of Dade County totally asleep, don't care. No one thought about it. We were.
Oh crap!
The stand-up lever machines, where you open the back of the machine and you read the numbers off.
We have it.
You have it, Connecticut, right?
Absolutely.
And so they shipped all those machines out of town to Marion, South Carolina, or North Carolina, I forgot which that is. And they retrofitted them so that the counters now had raised wheels, raised counters. Instead of flat, it's stuck through so that your 3-digit number was raised like an ink pad. And they put a piece of paper in there called the Print-O-Matic. And that's what you have here now. So this was the pilot project in 1973 in Dade County to test this little system out. And what they said was, we're going to take the keys away from all the precinct captains so you can no longer open the back of the machine and look at the numbers with your eyes to certify the zeros in the morning and at night certify the numbers on it. Mm-hmm. Instead, you're going to crank a handle And there's going to be a roller that goes across this piece of paper. And then you're going to crank it, and the piece of paper is going to come out, and it's going to have the zeros on it in the morning. And then at night, you crank it again, and they're going to have the numbers for the final election. So instead of eyeballing it now, you got to trust this magic little piece of paper in the gumball machine. So the first time they used it, it jammed. And about 600 precincts, 4,000 precinct workers walked off the job that day because when they opened the backs, because it jammed, they sent troubleshooters there. The roller hadn't gone all the way across. It wrinkled up the paper. But when they opened it up, there were numbers, zeros in the morning, and the final numbers at night were already in the machine. And that's why 4,000 people quit right there on the spot. Miami Herald story saying there was a big snafu, but they put firemen and policemen on their placement and never said why.
Thinking about seeing me, mate. The whole world can see me if you come in.
Safest where we can safeguard our vote.
I was going to hold that to the end because everybody said, what are we going to do? I'll tell you now because we'll get to the end anyway. All the major democracies of the world use paper ballots. Israel, India, 270 million voters, Great Britain. Nobody is as dumb and gullible and as asleep as the United States citizens.
So there you have it, gullible and asleep. And and here's the thing, Michael. I don't want people to think that I think that they're gullible and asleep. I'm a child of the 70s. I'm one of four kids. All right. When I was a kid, my dad was a home builder. His business was up. His business was down. My mom had to work a job to help put food on the table and take care of four kids. And in that era, we were exporting jobs to China. Again, in the 80s and the 90s, and it just made it so that people really didn't have time for civic interaction. They were splitting their time between the family and their work and that kind of thing, and they just trusted their government to not screw them, and their government screwed them over and over and over.
Yeah, and continue to. I mean, go ahead, Mike. You were going to say something.
Yeah, that's one of those things that it's hard for people to grasp that because like you said, you trust so much. I mean, probably all of us have been in relationships where someone cheated on us. You trust them, and then you find out, and maybe you hear about it or you suspect, and you're like, no, can't be. And then you find out later on that they were cheating on you big time, and it's hard. It's really hard. You want to just walk away from it and carry on with life.
You don't want to believe it.
Yeah, don't want to believe it. And then when you do find out, you just want to bury it and just move on and not even bring it up to the surface to anyone. So that's the way our elections are. They're heavily compromised. We've been cheated, heavily cheated on, and everyone's like, oh, no, I can't believe it. But we got to, so we can move on and correct it.
Yeah. And Michael, I want everybody to understand too, when I started doing the investigations, I thought we're going to figure out how the dirty Democrats rigged the election. What we found out is that there's about 14 different vectors to influence or rig an election. Some of them are visible, some of them are invisible, but you cannot tell any of them unless you can get your hands on the ballots, on the original paper ballots. Because in the time that it takes for you to scan your ballot in, technology existed 8 years ago that would make it so that in 20 milliseconds, that means if you took 1 second, if this was 1 second, and you divided it up into 1,000 pieces, in 20 milliseconds, like this much, you could flip the vote on, even if it's handwritten, you could flip the vote before it saves the image. And then when you and I go back, to the state and say, hey, I want the ballot images, it's worthless because you're getting whatever was pre-programmed into those things. And we're now at the point where, Dominion has got, I think, 27 or 30 different hand marks that makes it look like a human being touched that ballot.
Wow.
So that the average person who's looking at it, you're not going to know that that's a computer that did that. unless you've looked at thousands of these things. And there's a guy on Twitter, his name is mad_liberals. He is the most amazing person I've ever seen. That he was a fingerprint expert and he applied those skills to looking at ballots. And he's looked at millions of ballots to the point where I can say, hey, Philip, I want you to isolate a 1 inch by 1 inch square on this ballot. And I want you to see if you can run it through your machine and tell me, can it find that same pixel somewhere else? And he'll find it. His system will absolutely find it.
Wow.
And this is all private citizens doing this. The government's not funding any of this.
No. Well, and do you remember on the ballots, when you go to turn it in, there's a QR code, right? Yep. So when you try to see what, anything, you scan a QR code, it comes up, right? Yeah. How about the QR codes on the ballot?
Well, the QR codes on the ballots, that's what the scanner actually reads. It doesn't read, the names or the dot that's next to somebody's name. It's reading the QR code as a shortcut. And we busted the QR code and made it so that we can reconcile it back to what is actually reported as the vote. And it does reconcile. So I'm not terribly concerned about the QR codes, at least as they exist right now. But honestly, what I want to see is a hand-marked, human-counted paper ballot, the same way that they do it in civilized nations. Just like that guy said on the video. He came to the same conclusion 30-something years ago. Wow. And he said, this is the biggest democracies out there. They use human-counted, hand-marked paper ballots. So, hey, my wife just got here. She brought my charger for me so that it wouldn't. So I want y'all to say hello to the election widow. This is my wife, Sean.
Hey. There she is.
Hey. Nice to see you again. It's been a while. Hi. I don't want anything dying while you're doing production here. So
Thank you so much. That's good.
Not at all.
This is for the nation. You're doing a good job.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one, guys. Hi, Darren.
Bye. But on top of to add to David's point, so there's countries out there who have paper ballots and they get counted in one day and the election gets certified. Because a lot of these naysayers are like, oh, there's no way we could count paper ballots all day long and we'd never get the totals. Well, in 2020, we didn't get totals for days. So paper would have been much easier, right? So paper ballots with the military is really the only way that you can certify that. But there are other countries that do that. And then I want to just add one other thing we were talking about trusting the government and all of that. Well, how did that work out for the people of Minnesota?
Good point. Yeah.
I mean, and now Tim Walz isn't going to run for re-election. Gee, I wonder why. I mean, all the money, how much money is really going to be uncovered of taxpayer dollars that's been funded to people who are if you've got Somalians who are unemployed in Minnesota, do they need daycare? If you're staying at home, do you need daycare? And how are these daycares with no children getting all this money?
Yeah, they're Muslim too, and they have up to 4 wives with children, and they each have their own homes that are supplied by the government. And imagine that being multiplied by thousands. So this is how deep this goes. We're not looking at 8 billion. We're looking at more like 80 to 90 billion over the last several years of the Somali fraud.
Absolutely, and it's not just in Minnesota.
Yeah,
it's in every state. Really. I mean, so you can't trust your government. There's been whistleblowers who have come forward, like Nick Shirley. He's had people come to him and say, "Hey, I brought this to the governor. I brought this to the state board." Ignored.
Right.
Ooh, wow. I wonder why.
Yeah. Listen, I think every chance you get to I can't use a curse word on here. I don't want to do that. poop post. How about that? On Twitter or something like that. Every chance you get, play the Don Henley song, "Dirty Laundry." These have become like our theme song for politicians out there, because we're getting to the point right now where there are super sleuths that are out there. They will find your dirty laundry and they will air it out for everybody to hear it. So the best thing to do is be honest, have honest elections, let the people count it. We've got high definition cameras everywhere. I would feel safe having Martians count my vote, as long as it's on a high definition camera and I can see the ballots, in the replay. Fine by me. There's so many naysayers out there that go, "Oh, no, you don't want to have human beings counted because that's how they rigged things before." Well, you know what? That was 80 years ago. And 80 years ago, they didn't have high definition telephones, or high definition cameras everywhere. We've got the technology to make things secure, and we could do it at 1/10 of the cost, just like President Trump says, using human beings and paper ballots.
Well, we tried that, I think, in the last election. And you might remember, I think it was Michigan, where they were pushing out Republican poll watchers. They made them leave. So unbelievable. And then they had, people videoing, and they came up and put cardboard over the windows.
Right.
So it has to be a military. I've heard that President Trump is, through an executive order, is going to push out the military for the election to prevent fraud coming up. So if that happens, then we'll get good merit-based people that will finally start to reach the offices, and give us good justice and so forth. Remember that one woman judge? I can't remember the state, but she, had the illegal immigrant, and she used her chambers to, get him out. She just resigned. So we're seeing, like you're talking about, that got blown up all over the internet, and everybody's like, and shame on you. And then she just resigned. So we're starting to make an impact. That's just one. We have thousands. So we got a lot of work to do. But you're absolutely right, David. It's citizen journalists like that 23-year-old that got involved that makes a difference.
Right.
Yeah, Nick Shirley
Yep.
is his name.
Yeah, we need to highlight his name, Nick Shirley. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, he put a post out there that Trump retweeted, and he said, "I ended Tim Walz."
That's
And he said, and now the media, the regular, mainstream media is all up in arms about what he did, instead of being up in arms about all the fraud that he uncovered. They weren't up in arms about what he discovered. No, they're up in arms because just a 23-year-old with a camera discovered this. Like, what do you guys do? Oh, you read from a script that's given to you at 5 a.m. We know. Just saying.
And going back to that graft and theft and fraud and all that kind of stuff, there's proposal to send all these illegal immigrants or people that have committed fraud back to Somalia, wherever they came from. I'm like, hello. They need to pay that fraud back. Either they do it, physically, give the money back, or they do it in prison. So no, they don't get a free pass to go back home after committing these crimes. Hello, stop that. So I think we need to watch that. So that's more of rhino work, basically protecting the people that have done this fraud. I don't agree with that at all.
No, and remember, you just did a show like a couple of days ago talking about the case of, was it Medicaid fraud in the state of Minnesota, that the husband and wife were found guilty unanimously by a jury, and then a judge, West, I think is her name, was the one that overruled their ruling. I'm like, what is happening here? Was it on a technicality? Really? Well, I don't know why she overruled it, but when you have a jury who has a unanimous, based on, and the foreman of that jury came out and said, we had all the evidence in front of us. It was clear they were guilty.
Yeah.
And then I believe that and now they don't have to pay any money.
I believe there's portions of our government, particularly the judiciary in Georgia, that are captured. I don't know who they're captured by. Sometimes they're controlled by the governor. I believe they're controlled by the governor, and in some cases, I believe they're captured by by foreign governments. And even with the case right now, we're trying to see those damn ballots, from 2020, and we got standing in the case in December of 2022, and then we still have not seen the ballots. I've heard of the justice system moving slow. The cogs of justice move slow and that kind of thing, but they're moving slower than the speed of smell, and we got to speed things up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Well, to your point, foreign governments. I mean, how many deals has Kemp done with China for our port in Savannah? I mean, there's pictures of them over there in China, and yeah, I understand foreign trade, but to what extent?
Yeah, I remember going to bed. When Trump, his first term, I voted, or not voted, but I bet. There's like online betting you can do. And I made a ton of money because I was like, he's going to win. And I was like, I don't know about this, not the last one, but the 2020. I was like, I don't know. Something doesn't smell right. But, at late that night, he was all stacked up. I'm like, it's a done deal. And I bet it was like I still had good odds. I'm like, that's easy money. So I bet, and I went to bed. Yep. And I woke up and I didn't have any money from that anymore. So good thing I put a lot of money into it. But how crazy that was. They backed up trucks in the middle of the night and unloaded ballots. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh,
they stopped, backed up the trucks and then started, getting these mail-in ballots that weren't properly registered or signatured or anything.
And that happened in multiple places too, not just Georgia. I remember there's a postal worker in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That he came forward and said, well, there was a switcheroo on his truck and for the ballots, and he had to go through New York. But yeah, he came forward. There were so many people that came forward and said, hey, we don't, there's some weird stuff going on here. And in fact, David, what was the name of the movie that you had, the clip that you had, the library camera that got in the movie from, isn't it Burnett that?
Oh yeah. It's 2,000 Mules.
Oh, 2,000 Mules. Yeah. I mean, how about that?
Yeah.
Where in that movie, it shows you the number of people in the middle of the night going and dropping off ballots at 2 a.m. And there's a stack of them, for mail-in ballots. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. So that movie was
one of the really interesting things that happened. So a friend of mine named Brian Pritchard, he had a podcast up until December 20, I think middle of December. He cut it off, and I think he's going to go on to do some different things. But he did an interview with Brad Raffensperger, I believe I want to say March of 22 or so. I have to look it up to be exact. But anyway, Gabriel Sterling and all the naysayers are out there going, no ballots in Georgia were counted twice. There's no such thing as a double scan, double counted ballot, much less a triple counted ballot. And on Brian Pritchard's show, Raffensperger said, yeah, we had some problems and we had some double scan, double counted votes. But it wasn't enough to move the election. So there's always that caveat. But he came right out and said it. And I'll tell you what, Raffensperger is running for governor of Georgia right now.
Oh my God!
The balls on this guy is amazing. But I've got some friend, a guy named Bob Couvert up in North Georgia. He has Raffensperger dead to rights. With I think it's like 24 lies that he told the Congress. And the more that I've gone in to look at this, what I have found is that the Department of Justice is interested, in these lies and this documentation. But when I went back to look and see how many people have ever been prosecuted for lying to Congress, you know what the number is?
0.
0. You can go lie to Congress. You get away with it.
That's great.
Makes you feel good, right? And don't forget,
I feel like we live in this upside down, backwards world where what's supposed to happen is whatever they want to have happen. You know,
Yeah.
That's absolutely what does happen.
Here's one of the Newsweek. Georgia official response.
Oh my gosh, we made Newsweek.
1,000 ballots not properly signed in 2020. Now, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger has said a clerical error in the state does not erase valid legal votes. Responding to renewed scrutiny of Georgia's 2020 election results, which former President Donald Trump has repeatedly, of course, this is Newsweek, which has attacked me as well, and falsely was stolen from him. And then further down here, basically, President Trump goes on to say, we told you. We told you that it was a stolen election. And here it is. I can't find it. Where is it? It's a little bit further down, I guess. So Donald Trump said in December 19th post, so what we all knew back in 2020, what we all stated out loud, and everyone in the media, the establishment, and the Washington, D.C. machine lied about ended up being 100% true. I'm so shocked. Yet another conspiracy theory proven right. Now, of course, we have to continue to play along with the game because here we are in a social media platform that will restrict me if I don't say, but, there are people that say that, it was a good, fair election. And so we have to, that's good. And then we're countering that with maybe there's some issues here. So, put that caveat in there so we can continue to, have this video shared. What are your thoughts? What are your last thoughts on this, Tara?
I think, we've talked about it many times. We have to go to paper ballots, same day voting. Yes. And you can't mail in unless you are like in the military. If you're overseas and you want to vote, then that's a valid mail-in ballot. If you're handicapped and you can't get out to vote, absolutely. If you're in the hospital for whatever reason and you can't vote, but you want to share your vote, then mail-in ballot. But otherwise, go to the poll. I mean, they have early voting, and we have but we also need to. I think we need to diminish the amount of time we do that as well, because obviously, if you cast your vote early enough, if we didn't have the machines, then that would be fine. But if we still had machines, when you know what the vote is ahead of time, then you know how much you need to program to counteract that. But I think we have to have same day voting and military count on paper ballots. That's what I think corrects this.
Yep. David.
Yeah, I think so. I'm all about human counted, hand marked paper ballots. Do it so the media can shoot it with a camera and show it. I just don't believe. I don't believe that all of these procedural errors that we're pointing out lead to nothing. I mean, I really love what Joe Rogan has got this one phrase that I love, where he talks about, is there cheating in elections? And he'll be talking to one of the naysayers and says, oh, no, it's all safe and secure. And I love the phrase he always uses. He always says, but it's not zero. It's not zero, is it? And so that's where we are. And we can move back, to perfection. But the thing is that rigged elections and riggable elections, they don't serve the people. They are job security for crooked politicians and for foreign states that want to be able to control what's happening in our states. There's so many of our states that have business deals with other countries. Do you know that more Korean people live in Duluth, Georgia, where I'm at right now, than any other place on earth except for Seoul, South Korea?
Wow.
More than any other place. All right. And we are giving away water rights all over the state to all these people that want to have data centers and they want to build cars and they want to build batteries. And here's the truth of the matter. Hyundai Motors built a battery and car plant here in Georgia because they needed access to fresh water. 4 million gallons of water per day right now. They could not build that plant in South Korea because they don't have access to water. And our politicians are giving it away, maybe because they're influenced, by South Korea. I don't know. All I can tell you is that we need to return the sovereignty of our elections to our people and take it away from machines, because when you're counting ballots in a secret room with cardboard up, it's the same thing as counting them with software. Software can totally rig it.
Plastic on them. It was the insanity that happened. You have to wear a mask to go shopping. I wore one on my wrist to get in that, but that's just me. But there were repercussions that we all faced because of that election, let alone the economy and what happened to the price of eggs and the price of milk and all of the things. And then, let's not forget Afghanistan and how much it goes on. And who suffers? We did.
Very good. I'm glad you brought up Afghanistan because, as you guys know, I work for the CIA protecting high-level people while they did their missions. But one of the guys in Afghanistan, he was the chief of station, really, really good guy, former Marine. So we hit it off really well. He confided in me because I was concerned. I was like, democracy has its limits, because the rule by majority type thing, if you have mostly Islamist, which we had in Afghanistan at the time, radicals, they're going to vote for their guy. And I was like, well, that's crazy. Now you guys might remember, because I see people in there talking about the thumb, having the thumbprint.
Mm-hmm.
So they were doing that in Afghanistan. And so I was asking him, and he's like, what about Karzai? Is he going to win? He's like, don't worry. I was like, okay. So with that in mind, we have to have military, that's going to cover this voting, guys. And we need to have the military come in early so that everybody gets re-registered. We can't have these illegal aliens in this democracy by watching over it. So there's no hanky-panky going on. And I think we're going to have good elections if that happens.
Right. You've got people that have worked on that too, about the voter rolls, like Seth Ketchel. He's worked on voter rolls and proving that there's 600 people that live at this address. Really? And it's an abandoned lot. Wow. Okay. But to get there registered, yeah, go with it. That's fine. Sure. I think you're right. We definitely have to start afresh. I think you and Juan have talked about that. It's going to be, is it going to be a pain? Yeah, but it's worth it to have what didn't happen to us the last 4 years, and from 2020 to 2024, and all the things that we experienced, just like, local level, state level, national level, international level. When you do it right, it's worth it, because then our vote counts, everybody's vote counts the right way. And if a Democrat wins, then a Democrat wins. If a Republican wins, then a Republican wins. But you know who wins? The American people.
Right. Yep. Very good. Great show, guys. Fantastic. I appreciate you guys coming on and talking about this. This is a, touchy subject, I guess, for some people, but I think for most Americans, regardless of your political persuasion, you want to have fair and accurate voting. So like you said, Tara, if Democrats win, the Democrats win. But if it's by fair elections, I have no problem with that. I never had a problem with that in the past. I grew up in a family of Democrats, so I love Democrats. But I don't like the what's obvious. Well, I can't say obvious, but what seems to be some irregularities in the voting that seems to lean towards a certain party more than others. So we need to clean it up.
Absolutely. Michael, I appreciate you being one of the folks that's,
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So as we're seeing the Cali Doomsday signals, we are seeing some. I projected that we're going to see a very, very active earthquake year even more than last year, which was record setting. So it is, it's not going to like be a big blowout yet, right? But we're going to start to see the signaling of what's coming. Democrats are collapsing, right? So we've seen a lot of this moving in that direction, but now it's going to pick up speed. In this year, we're going to see the Democrats basically fall apart. Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil leadership is all going down, right? So President Trump has left the fleet in the Caribbean, and that will be used to basically replace all of the leadership in every one of those countries, right? So we're going to see all of that in the coming days, weeks, and months into this year. So it's going to be very active. We'll see trials absolutely going to come. I don't think there's any way around it now. They can't hide it. They're talking about replacing people that have been, stonewalling and slow rolling a lot of this, and they're going to either get replaced or start to step up and really start to, cook it out there. All right, so let's look at first off, let's look at Stephon Burns and see what he's seen. Like I said, there's several different things, doomsday signals that happen, and they lead up to usually a pretty significant event. And I think that's what we're going to see here very shortly in California. California will be just one of many places that's going to be very active this year. All right, so here he is, Stephon Burns.
Geophysicist Stephon Burns here. There is a big risk of there being a high magnitude earthquake striking California in the immediate near future, this being a magnitude 6 or greater event, even potentially going to magnitude 7, though I think magnitude 6 to 6.5 is the most likely range. And I think it's more likely to occur in Northern California if it does versus Central or Southern California, specifically looking at the San Francisco Bay Area. And there are a lot of reasons for this. The primary one is the fact that we just had a magnitude 7 earthquake up in the Yukon, border of Alaska and Canada, with a ton of aftershocks, hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes. And just a couple days ago, we had a magnitude 6.5 that struck Mexico near the city of Acapulco. Well, California is directly in between.
Now, there's some people that have said that the earthquake in Mexico, where it basically rattled the capital, where the head of Mexico was having a press conference. Claudia Sheinbaum. So she basically had to stop her presentation. Now, it was a big earth shaker and lots of buildings shook, but there was no real major. Some people have said that is the white hats now have that technology and that they're using it to basically send signals. I don't know if that's true. It would stand to reason that they do have that technology now and are starting to potentially implement it. I don't think, excuse me, I don't think they're going to use it against the population, of course. That's the evil ones. But they could use this as a signal like this, or they could use it as, a warning, or even use it to take out some of the deep state activity. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens going forward.
The two, and we often see earthquakes follow that sort of progression where they will fill in the gaps. Also, with that Mexico earthquake, there was antipodal earthquake activity with that occurring on the mid-Indian ridge in between the Australasian and Antarctic plate. That is a geologic spreading center. And on the other side of the globe, we have the subduction zone off the coast of Mexico. So there was this clear back and forth sequence with that 6.5 quake in Mexico. Well, we just had an antipodal earthquake for the San Francisco Bay Area, a magnitude 5.7, which is quite large for a mid-ocean ridge on the border of the African plate and also the Antarctic plate. So fairly close by to those other antipodal quakes. And well, that's because California and Mexico are close together. So that is not a good sign. And then there are a bunch of other factors which we will go into. But to start off, just really quickly to mention it, because this is very rare, we just had a doomsday fish wash up off the coast of Monterey. And these are known as doomsday fish because of Japanese folklore and legend associating these oarfish washing up with high magnitude earthquakes and tsunamis. So basically really powerful natural disasters. And they hang out really deep at depth. And the idea is that there's some sort of change to the earth that's occurring in the deep oceans, potentially based off of changing electric field or electromagnetic signals. We know that sometimes.
So it seems like the oarfish are very sensitive. A lot of this plate movement happens deep, very deep within the ocean as it starts to come to the surface. So you'll see the oarfish, get impacted because evidently they are sensitive to these frequencies and waves and so forth. So we've seen this in Japan before the Fukushima, earthquake, and the earthquake which damaged the tidal wave, which damaged Fukushima. So there's lots of these signals, as you guys just saw, 3 different major signals that California is about to get hit. Now, like I said, I don't think this is going to be the big one, but it is going to be pretty significant, and it's going to be the lead-in to more significant throughout the year until I think we're going to see a massive tidal wave and probably volcanic activity, and the earthquake activity is going to be off the charts.
Before, during, and after high magnitude earthquakes, we get these sort of electromagnetic signals that are generated and released. And so if these fish are very sensitive to them, which makes sense, that would drive them to the surface. So you don't see them there normally because, so on December 30th of 2025, scuba diver Ted Judah was out in Monterey Bay, clear waters, and he saw an oarfish. So this is very, very rare, and I take these very seriously because back in May and June of 2025, right before the magnitude 8.8 megaquake that struck off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia, one of the biggest earthquakes ever observed, only behind 5 magnitude 9+ events that occurred in the past 125 years, we saw tons of oarfish washing up around the oceans in that area. Australia, New Zealand, India, other locations. And so there is something to this folklore. And case in point, we can look back to 2024 when 2 doomsday fish washed up in California. And look at the date there. That is November 15th for this article by SF Gate. For the second time in less than 4 months, an oarfish washed ashore in San Diego. And so this occurs every now and then. There have been oarfish that wash up every now and then in California, San Diego, Monterey, etc. But again, the date for this is November 15th, 2024. So going 4 months before then up to that moment. And well, let us look at this. If you remember, we had a magnitude 7 earthquake offshore Cape Mendocino at the Triple Junction on the 5th of December, 2024. Here is the map for that. So we can see that this was a big earthquake. We can put on our tectonic faults.
All right. So you see that there's many, signals that we have something in the works. And it doesn't mean it's going to happen today or tonight or even a month from now, but it is coming. So it is one of those things to look out for. Now, earthquake prediction group is saying that it's going to be today or tomorrow. And I'll show you this one as well. These guys have been fairly accurate. I would say probably upwards of 80, 85%. The magnitude that they predict is not always accurate, but they do predict fairly well. So you're seeing here pretty much all of California. So does this mean there's going to be a geological fault that gets triggered? Remains to be seen. So just heads up, we'll keep abreast of that, but I feel very confident just like I did last year. And we did have very, very significant earthquake activity last year. I think that this year is going to be even more significant. So just be heads up, be aware, trust your intuition, and let it be your guide and your safety for your safety, right? So we're seeing the first Democrat fall. And of course, that is Tim Walz. He has basically said that he is not going to seek re-election as governor. Yes, because you're going to be arrested soon. So he's basically bowing out of the race. And imagine this guy was going to be the vice president of the United States, and he can't even be, in his mind, evidently, he can't even be the governor of Wisconsin, and that's very smart of him to basically bow out.
Nominee promising to bring Minnesota values to Washington is politically dead, just like we predicted when the Somali fraud scandal first broke. All
right, not Wisconsin, Minnesota. So he's not the first. There's talk that the Democrats tried to warn Maduro that he was about to be, hit by the military, but they got it to him. I guess they basically sent it after the team was already down there. So I think this is going to blow back on the Democrats. So whoever did that, and I've heard some names already, the Democrats, like I've been saying, as a party, is going away. So this is, bombshell after the Somali fraud. This is the tip of the iceberg as far as the Democrat Party fraud.
Predicted that he would be the first to go, and that's exactly what he just announced. Walz has officially dropped out of the 2026 Minnesota governor's race amid the revelation that he oversaw as governor what many are calling the single biggest taxpayer fraud scandal in our nation's history. And what is...
All right, so the single biggest taxpayer fraud in our nation's history, it's not tip of the iceberg, right? So you're going to see Cali, Newsom is going to have massive $1 trillion worth of fraud. Same in New York with Hochul, and I don't know, maybe even Illinois, maybe not as much, maybe only hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. So it's going to be, it's the beginning of the end of the Democrat Party. I've been predicting this for years, and now here it comes. It's going to be fast and furious, I believe, their demise. All right, so Trump posts a long list of 2020 election fraud, and he indicts Venezuela meddling, right? So this is one of the reasons why Venezuela had to be taken down, because of all the election fraud that has been going on down there. So upwards of 71, 72 different countries, when you include ours, have been impacted by the fraud. So throughout the early hours of Monday morning, President Donald Trump posted a series of news reports on election fraud from across the U.S. in the 2020 election. So this is really going to start to heat up now, and it's going to be quite monumental. What is this website? Cookie bullshit. So InfoWars, come on. So throughout the early hours of Monday morning, President Trump posted a series of news reports, and he also posted news reports that detail Venezuela's role in election fraud, something Alex Jones covered in his show in November. So the election fraud, again, the Democrats heavily involved in that. So another reason why the Democrat Party, as I've been saying, is going to go bye-bye, and it's going to be, substantial going forward. So Trump also hints at possible military operations in Colombia, Mexico, and expects Cuba's downfall. Now, we're not seeing in here Brazil yet, but we will, all right? So Lula in Brazil, he's laying low. He's not talking smack like Colombia's president just did, just like Maduro, just like Noriega did. They talked smack and they went away. All right, so Colombia's president just talked smack. He's on, he's not too long for the world, right? Freedom-wise. So we'll see the Colombian president go bye-bye soon. When remains to be seen, but his days are absolutely numbered. So if we look at a presidential matchup between Vance and Newsom, who's heavily funded by the Chinese Party, Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party would absolutely love to see Newsom get in there, because then they would absolutely completely own America. So we won't see that, of course, but at this point, if there was a matchup, we would see Vance blow it away. He would have 300 electoral votes to Gavin Newsom's 238. So let's take a look at the map as it's predicted right now. So, of course, the usual suspects in fraud, if it does continue to be allowed, are the left coast of the United States, Colorado, New York, of course, and then pretty much Illinois is kind of up for grabs, Virginia up for grabs, Georgia a little bit, because they had a major election fraud last time. So as you see, it's mostly red. It's a sea of red across the country, and no bueno for Newsom and his Chinese backers, right? So not going to happen. And I think that's what it's going to be like in the future. Now, the world's 5 largest cities in the world. I want to share this because I think this is going to be much lower in the future. I think there's going to be, it's starting to ramp up. So I don't see a lot of these countries that have major cities. I don't see that in the future, right? So if you look at population data, which uses imagery, national census data, we're seeing Guangzhou in China has 43 million. It's one city that has 43 million people. Jakarta, 40 million. Dhaka, Indonesia, 37.3. Tokyo, 33. Even though Tokyo is going down in population because Japan has a negative population growth. And then, of course, New Delhi. So the top 5. Now, I strongly believe that these cities are going to, reduce in population quite rapidly, right? In the near future, right? So, so those numbers will change. Not in America, not even close, unless we continue to import Muslims, right, and Chinese, right? So, and I don't know, I guess Hindus too. But for the most part, not looking so good for those countries, in my opinion. I think those countries are going to have a massive downsizing in their populations. All right, guys, that's all I got for today. Real quick one. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Are we heading for a more involvement in Venezuela, South America as a whole? Very possibly. And some things are going to have to happen down there, because it looks like the vice president is not going to work with Trump as President Trump said she was. So now we're going to have a little bit more conflict down there. But this is the name of the game that's going to be happening for America. We're going to take control, I believe, of a lot of these countries in South America, South and Central America. We'll have basically user rights or rights to a lot of the oil and silver and gold that's down there, and like rare earths and all that good stuff, because we need that to basically go against China and Russia, who are working to become the number one in the world. Of course, the New World Order, the cabal, has said long ago, as Leo Zagami, I just did a show with him, highly recommend you look at that, because China is everywhere, guys, a lot more than I ever even imagined. I thought I was pretty spot on with what's going on in China, but China wants to control America through the next president, who they want to be, of course, the California governor, Newsom, because he's a superstar in China. He went to China and they are like, they were all gaga over him. And of course, China has been all throughout, we had, who was it? Swalwell basically had Fang, the Russian spy that was his girlfriend. Nothing ever happened to him. He may be the next governor of California. If they get their way, they're going to make him the governor. And then we'll have Newsom as a president, who basically has been supporting China, and so China will take America. they put Newsom in there, guys. It's crazy. So crazy stuff. And Leo talked about how China was like everywhere. In Italy, deep in Italy, just almost completely. They bought like half the debt of Italy. They own Italy. So it's crazy. It's crazy how far-reaching they are. So we talked about Iran, and how Iran. This is one of the reasons why America wants the people of Iran to overthrow the regime there. Because when that happens, then the Abrahamic Accords, which is basically going to do, it's about trading. They'll probably be part of that, because they'll be supporting America, and the Shah will come back. He'll support America because he's in the lodges, like Leo talked about here in California. There's a big lodge, Masonic Lodge or Templar Lodge or whatever, and so it's all part of a bigger picture. And Leo, former Illuminati, has deep insights, guys. So wow, that was one of the most revealing shows I've done. So highly recommend you guys go watch that after this show, right? So or put that on top of your list to watch that one. Wow, incredible reveals, right? And MAGA, Trump needs to come in and start to clean up here in America. He's like, wrangling all these countries in, so we got all the resources and minerals that we need to like make America great again. But if he doesn't come in and start taking down these deep staters, he's going to lose a lot of support from the MAGA. So we'll see what happens, guys. Very interesting show. Right now it's 444 where I'm at. So the angelic numbers. So yeah, President Trump, let's go. The angels are talking, right? So love it. So let's look at some stuff, guys. I'm gonna pull up several things. We'll go through. It's a Sunday. It's a fun day, right? And it's Mike never sleeps, and of course my lovely wife lines up all these shows, and I just do them, right? I just talk and let people talk, right? And it's pretty easy for me. All right, so Delta Force was the one that went in and did that expert, capture of Maduro. I think it was absolutely fantastic. Probably one of the most. I think that capture of Maduro will go down in history as one of the greatest performed military operations in history. Delta Force was the tip of the spear in capture of Venezuelan dictator. So So when I did, we went into, to get Noriega, the Panama invasion, Delta Force guys were doing a mock-up training to go in and get the CIA guy that was captured and in the prison by Noriega. And they did an excellent job of doing that. But I saw them practice for a month. I was down there a month before the invasion, lining stuff up, getting stuff ready. And those guys were just like, every other night they were like they were practicing training. And they went in and did it. Even though things went to shit because they practiced so well and knew so many different things, they pulled it off incredibly well. And this is the same way. So they had a mock-up. They've been training for months, and they went in and did a superb hit. And my hoo-yah to Delta, and everybody was involved in this. So U.S. Army Delta Force operators executed a precise overnight raid in Caracas, capturing Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, without any American fatalities. President Donald Trump confirmed the elite unit's central role in the operation, which involved helicopters from the 160th Special Operations Aviation. That's the aviation group, Hilo group that Tier 1 guys use. And of course, they had a lot of different elements, 150 aircraft coming from multiple bases throughout the U.S., Puerto Rico, off the ships, all kinds of crazy stuff. So what an incredible coordination. So yes, America's military is the greatest in the world. We just proved it. It's probably causing a lot of people a little consternation that we could come in and do something so precise, but it definitely is a message that's sent out there. All right. And when President Trump says we're going to come spank you if you don't get your shit together, he's going to do it. Now, let's talk about, speaking of spankings, Venezuela's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, acting as leader after Maduro's capture. So President Trump said that she was in agreement to work with the United States, but that doesn't sound like what she is talking about right now. Right? So Venezuela's military said it recognizes Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who goes all the way back to the Chavez regime and has stayed in this position of power for a long time. So I don't see her as like, oh yeah, military, U.S. military, yeah, we're going to work with you guys and transfer power and all that kind of stuff. I don't think so. Rodriguez, who was next in the presidential line of succession, served as Maduro's vice president since 2018. Overseeing much of Venezuela's oil-dependent economy, as well as its feared intelligence service. All right, so Venezuela's high court ordered her to assume the role of interim president. President Trump said on Saturday that the U.S. had been in touch with Rodriguez and that she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Well, either President Trump is inaccurate, or, which I don't think, or she has had a change of heart, right? Because she's saying now that Rodriguez left open the door for dialogue with the U.S. while seeking to calm ruling party supporters. So she said on Saturday night that Rodriguez called Maduro's capture during a daring overnight U.S. military operation barbaric and an illegal and illegitimate kidnapping. I don't think she's on board. I don't think she's on board, guys. I think we're going to have some problems. All right. The military's backing her, and she's saying, you guys are barbaric, and you should bring him back. I don't think that's going to work out so good down there. All right. Somebody's going to have to be spanked. We're going to have to get some more spank. We're going to have to get some paddles out. All right. I think she's going to get spanked. I'm pretty sure she is. Here we have a government with clarity, and I repeat and repeat again, we are willing to have respectful relations, she said, referring to the Trump administration. It is the only thing we will accept for a type of relationship after having attacked Venezuela. All right. So smart that you're not saying, F you, we're going to kick your ass, like Maduro said. That probably wouldn't work out very good. But anyway, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on Sunday that the conversations with Rodriguez and the Venezuelan government are delicate and complicated things that require mature statesmanship, and that's what we intend to do. But our goals remain the same, he said. The difference is that the person who was in charge, even though not legitimately in the past, was someone you could not work with. We just could not work with him. All right. So, and then, of course, Maduro arrived in New York, where he went through the ICE headquarters there and was perp walked, and he said, "Happy New Year," or something stupid. And they took him away. All right. So very, very interesting. Trump threatens Venezuela's vice president and says U.S. needs Greenland. All right. So again, watch the show that I did with Leo Zagami, because it's all about getting